Mexico bid depth just nudged higher while price stays flat. Classic buyers leaning on the bid without paying up yet. That tells you sentiment's still pro-Mexico. But the real test remains that chunky 0.70 offer until it breaks. Upside is capped. You're seeing a slow squeeze. Mexico bid depth keeps building while the quote won't lift, so someone's absorbing without showing their hand. If that 0.70 offer starts thinning, the market can pop quickly. If not, it's another possession-heavy stalemate. South Africa's AS depth just dropped a notch, but price doesn't care, still stuck at a dime, so that is more cleanup than conviction. The real story stays Mexico. Heavy bids underneath. Heavy offers at 0.70, and we're waiting for the breakout tackle. Mexico S depth just eased and that's 0.70 wall shrank a bit. Small, but it's the first sign. The sellers might be backing off. If buyers keep leaning at low, 68, you can get a quick lift to 0.70 plus, like a late surge after sustained pressure. And there's the pushback. Mexico S depth just ballooned Ed and that 0.70 wall got a lot thicker, so sellers are reloading at the top of the box. That usually keeps price pinned 80. 68 and 0.69 unless a real whale comes in to smash through. Draw bid depth just took a hit, so the stalemate. Crowd is stepping back a bit, less insurance being bought. Mexico still looks like the favorite, but with that reinforced 0.70 supply, it's like attacking into a packed defense. Lots of possession, not many clean shots. Mexico's win prob ticking down a hair to 68%. Is the market saying favorite, but not a free win, especially with that stubborn 70 sell wall still standing tall. Draw bids recovered a bit, so the hedge crowd is back on the pitch. That's a real shove from the Mexico Bulls. Bid depth just jumped and the top bid size grew, so they're planting a flag at 0. But the 0.70 offers also thickened, so it's a classic tug of war, strong support, heavy overhead supply. A breakout needs follow through. Now you're seeing a little long shot lottery demand. South Africa bid depth popped, so someone's nibbling at the upset price. Mexico's still anchored by that big wow. 68 bid, but with the draw ask swelling, the market is pricing a bit more chaos. Mexico bid depth keeps creeping higher. Buyers are stacking the midfield 80, 68 and daring sellers to hit them. But the draw book is getting heavier on the offer. So there's still a crowd fading a clean Mexico win. If this stays range bound until that 0.70 wall cracks. Mexico's win prob slips back to 68%, even as bids thicken. Classic case of buyers showing up, but the market still not paying up. The key tell is Mexico ask depth easing a bit. If that 0.70 supply keeps getting chipped away, momentum can flip fast. Mexico ticks back to 69% and that's zero. 68 bid stack keeps growing. Buyers are basically parking the bus in front of the downside. Still the zero. 70 offer wall is massive, so upside is a grind unless someone comes in with a real breakaway market order. We just saw liquidity pull back across the board, draw, and South Africa depth both thinned, and Mexico bid depth dipped too, even though price held. That's a crowd steps away from the ball moment. Spreads can bite, and the next real order could move this quicker than you'd expect. Mexico gets a little sturdier again. Bid depth rebounds, while ask depth ticks down, so the tape's leaning back toward the favorite. Still, that's so. 70 offers the defensive line. Until it breaks, you're basically watching possession without the goal. Mexico's still stuck at 69% with that 68 bid acting like a steady midfield anchor, but ask depth just reloaded. Sellers are happy to meet you. Up top, this is a range trade vibe unless the zero. 70 wall cracks, upside is capped, and patience gets tested. Mexico liquidity just bulked up on both sides. Bid depth back near 900k, but that's zero. 70 sell wall also got thicker, so it's strength with a ceiling. Draw and South Africa bids are perking up too, which tells you hedgers are back on the pitch. Mexico's book is basically unchanged. Big support at 0.68, big supply parked at 0.70, so price is glued in place. The only real tell is draw bids easing a bit while South Africa asks swell, which screams insurance, market, not conviction. We're still in a stalemate. Mexico's pinned AT0. 68-169 with that chunky 70 offer acting like a parked bus. Draw bids firm to touch, so the crowd's quietly pricing. And this could get sticky without fully fading Mexico. Nothing's moving. Mexico's still camped at 68.69 in that 70 supplies the brick wall. The only flicker is South Africa bid depth slipping. So the upset money's backing off a step while everyone waits for a catalyst. Mexico bid depth is leaking a bit while the 70 offer stays stacked, so the path of least resistance is sideways to down unless buyers step up. South Africa bids popped back, which feels like Arians taking a cheap flyer. Like a late counterattack, not sustained. Pressure. Mexico's still range bound with that zero. 70 wall, but the ask depth actually thinned a touch. If buyers press, you could see a quick pop through the spread. South Africa liquidity is fading again, so the upset trade looks more like a punt than a real shift in sentiment. Draw liquidity just got a little heavier on both sides, and which tells me hedgers are circling and nobody wants to overcommit. Mexico's bid depth ticked up, but that's zero. 70 supply is still the goalkeeper until it's beaten. Rallies are capped. Draw depth just softened on both bid and ask, so that hedge interest is cooling off a bit. Mexico's basically unchanged. Still a tight 68.69 with the 70 wall looming, so it's a possession game with no shots on target yet. Now we're seeing bids pull back on the draw in South Africa. Liquidity's thinning, and that usually means confidence is narrowing to the favorite. Mexico still isn't breaking higher, though, because that big offer overhead keeps sellers in control of the tempo. Draw bids just reloaded back at low. 20, so the hedgers aren't gone, they're just pacing. The touchline waiting for a catalyst. Mexico remains pinned under that 70 supply, and until that gets chewed through, upside. Feels like a couple of harmless corners, not a goal. That's a noticeable swell in draw liquidity, both sides. So the market's pricing a bit more stalemate insurance, even while Mexico's headline odds sit still. Mexico remains stuck in that zone. 68, 0.70 channel until the 70 offers get lifted, it's all build up and no finish. Draw liquidity is still elevated, but it's not accelerating. More like a steady hedge rather than a panic. Mexico bids are inching up in size at 68, yet that 0.70 wall hasn't budged, so the favorites' rally keeps getting marked tight. Mexico just got more supply stacked on the ask top offer ATO. 70 grew and total asks ticked up, so the market's basically saying prove it before we price a cleaner win. Draw is holding steady, so it's still a cagey midfield battle, not a rout. South Africa liquidity just thinned on both sides, which tells you nobody wants to be the hero backing the long shot right now. Meanwhile, Mexico's still trapped under that bigger 0.70 sell wall. Favorites on the front foot, but the market won't award the goal yet. We're basically in a holding pattern. Mexico bid depth eased a touch, but that 70 offer stack is still a brick wall, so price can to break out. Draw stays anchored at 20 or 21. Market saying tight game, don't overcommit. Bet. Mexico ask depth just came in a bit, so some sellers are stepping off the line. Small positive for the favorites' momentum. But until that 70 level actually gets chewed through, it's still all possession and no shot on target. That's a notable dip in Mexico bid depth. Buyers are backing off a bit, even though the price quote hasn't it moved, which is a quiet confidence leak. Draw depth is creeping up, so the crowd's hedging, like it's heading into a nervy final 20 minutes. Mexico buyers just reloaded. Bid depth snapped back, near where it was, so that little wobble got bought. But the market's still staring at that 70 sell wall like a parked bus in the box. Until it breaks, upside is capped. Not much new on the favorite. Mexico's depth is steady, and the quote's glued at 68 lower at 69, so it's still a stalemate at the top of the book. The only drift is draw bids firming a bit, like the crowd quietly pricing in this could get scrappy. Tiny softening on the draw bid stack, but Mexico's book is basically unchanged. Buyers still camped at 0.68 and sellers still barricaded up 8. This is classic range-bound trading. Lots of possession. In midfield, nobody breaking the lines. South Africa's win odds just ticked down a hair, and you can see why. There's basically no real bid support. Well, that absurd. 99 assets like a joke offer. Mexico remains pinned under the 70 wall, so it's favored on top, but not exactly a runaway. Now we've got a real tell. Mexico bid depth and top, bid size both slipped, and the sell wall at 70 eased too. Liquidity's thinning on both sides. That's the kind of setup where one headline or big bet can move the price fast like a counterattack off a sloppy pass. Draw liquidity just firmed back up, but Mexico's still sitting in the same tight 68.69 channel with that 70 ceiling overhead. Feels like traders are hedging the favorite, own Mexico. But keep a little nil-nil insurance on the side. This is basically copy-paste tape. Mexico still boxed in 88, 69 with the 70 supply wall unmoved and draw stays anchored at 0.2021. When the book looks this static, it's usually waiting for a catalyst. One big order and the whole shape changes. Mexico bid depth just took a noticeable hit. Buyers are stepping back even though the price hasn't moved yet, and that's usually a warning flag. If that 0.68 line cracks, you'll see a quick air pocket because the market's been leaning favorite all match. And just like that, Mexico's bid depth refilled. Buyers came back to defender 68, so that earlier wobble looks more like a feint than a breakdown. South Africa odds ticked back down, and the whole book screams favorite control, even if it's not pretty. Mexico's support just got a bit sturdier, top bid size. And total bid depth both nudged up, so the crowd's still happy to back the favorite AT0. But that row. 70 ask wall is still a parked bus. Until it clears, upside is a grind, not a sprint. Mexico's still pinned at 68, 169, but the bid stack is holding firm. Buyers keep showing up like a home crowd, refusing to leave early. Draw liquidity is steady too, so the market's basically saying favorite, but not a blowout. And it's waiting on a real momentum swing. Mexico's price is unchanged, but the tone softened. Bid depth slipped while ask depth jumped, so sellers are stacking the deck above. That's like Mexico dominating possession but not getting shots on target. One bad break and the market can price fast. Mexico buyers just reloaded again. Bid depth popped. Back up while the price stays glued at 68 or at 69, so that floor looks defended. But the draw book is getting heavier on the offer side, which tells you the market's quietly hedging for stuck at 0 risk. Small tell here, draw top bid size just thinned out, so that safety net at 20 isn't quite as cushy. Mexico still looks supported, but if the match stays cagey, the market's going to start paying up for the draw again. That draw bid just got rebuilt, top size and total depth. Bounced back, so someone's stepping in to keep 20 defended. Mexico's still stuck under that 70 sell wall, so it's a classic stalemate favorite, price to win, but the tape's hedging for a long, tight game. Draw liquidity just cooled a bit, bid depth and that top bid size faded, so the market's slightly less worried about the stalemate right now. Mexico remains anchored at 68.69 with a big row. 70 offer overhead, like they're in the final third, but can't beat the last defender. Buyers are quietly reinforcing both sides. Mexico bid depth ticked up and the draw top bid size jumped back near 500K, so the market's bracing for either outcome without moving the headline price. That .70 Mexico ask wall still looks like a parked bus until it breaks, upside is capped. Notable shift, Mexico's ask depth just dropped, meaning fully, so that supply overhead is thinning even if the .70 wall still shows. Meanwhile, the draw offers got heavier, which feels like traders buying insurance as the clock ticks and nerves rise. Mexico demand softened a hair, bid depth dipped, while the draw book keeps getting sturdier at that 20 line, so the market's quietly leaning this could drag. Still, with Mexico supply lighter than earlier, a one clean chance in that 70 wall can crack fast. Draw support just slipped, top bid size and total bid. Depth backed off, so that insurance trade is a bit less crowded right now. Mexico's bid depth popped back up in the row. 70 offer shaved slightly, so the favorite's still pressing, just not breaking through yet. Mexico buyers just added muscle, bid depth up, and the top bid size jumped, while the sell side supply keeps thinning, so the path to a quick pop is getting cleaner. Draw is still well offered, but it's not gaining ground. Feels like Mexico's building a late push, like a team camping in the opponent's box.
Absolutely. IMO, this is the stadium chanting Mexico before kickoff, but you can hear a nervous murmur. Underneath as smart money buys just in case rain. Coats, they're priced like they must dominate, so one wobble flips the mood fast and the underdog suddenly smells blood.
Exactly. When the tape's priced for perfection, that one moment is a gap up that forces everyone to chase. At the danger is the follow through. If liquidity then irons, the move overshoots and late buyers get clipped on the first pullback.
France are still shadowboxing out there, no clean contact, no rhythm. Argentina have them reading the wrong pages. You can feel the pressure building like a kettle. One French spark and it boils, but right now it's all Alba Celeste control. France look rocked, legs wobbly, and Argentina are circling like sharks smelling a drop of blood. This is the moment where one more crisp pass, one more ruthless run, and the whole thing could tip into a rout.
Mexico's still the heavy favorite, but look at that. Lopsided sell-side depth, asks are stacked like defenders in the box, so upside gets capped unless a real catalyst hits. Meanwhile, those big bearish Mexico tickets at 0.31 feel like cheap insurance, not panic.
If France have that champion's heart, it shows, right? Now, one tackle, one sprint, one shot to remind everyone they're still breathing. But Argentina are landing jabs and waves, and the ropes are getting tighter every second. That's the beauty of a final. One swing and the whole script gets torn up. France only need a single clean moment to turn panic into belief, but Argentina are playing like they've got the remote control tonight. Absolutely, there's still plenty of football left, and finals have a nasty habit of flipping when you least expect it. France just need one spark to light the fuse, but Argentina will want to squeeze the air out of this game right now. They've got to crank it up, press higher, run harder, and stop waiting for permission to play, because Argentina won't gift them a lifeline. France have to grab it with both hands and a bit of fury.
Not much price movement, but Mexico bid depth just softened a touch while the ask wall stays massive. Classic favorite fatigue, even with the win prob. Steady. Feels like a match where Mexico's on the front foot, but the crowd's already priced in the goal.
Exactly. Sharper in the duels, sharper in the passing, and ruthless when they sniff a half chance in the box. Right now, it's like they're playing with blunt blades, and in a final, you need a scalpel, not a spoon.
Totally. This is a risk-on rally with Argentina pressing high and the market leaning all in on the favorite. But finals flip fast. One turnover is a flash crash. Spreads widen, and suddenly everyone's scrambling to hedge at the worst price.
We did, and nobody expected Argentina to look this comfortable. But like they've got an extra gear and an extra man. France have to find some chaos, some bite, because if this stays tidy, Argentina will just keep dancing through it.
Yep, France needs a catalyst, not a spreadsheet. One clean chance, one set piece, and you get a violent repricing as shorts cover and momentum flips. In markets and finals, the first crack in the leader says confidence is where the whole trend can reverse. Absolutely. France need a headline moment, a penalty, shout, a set piece, even one ruthless counter, and suddenly you get a gap up in belief. That's when Argentina's sure thing premium compress as fast and the whole tape turns two-way. Mexico's price is pinned at 60 to 69, but the real story is that towering ask depth, tons of supply waiting to sell into any pop, like a team protecting a lead and killing tempo. Unless that wall gets lifted, upside is grindy and the draw stays quietly bid as the hedge.
It's been a surprise, hasn't it? Everyone braced for a knife-edge duel, and instead Argentina have been driving the bus with France stuck at the stop. And mate, I'm not sure what you mean by policeman, but right now France needs someone to enforce a bit of order out there. Papa's watching and shaking his head because this has been Argentina's show so far, slick, sharp, and totally in control. France need a spark, a moment of madness, or they'll be chasing shadows all night. Oh, that's proper defending. Romero comes in like a brick. Wall firm but clean, and the crowd loves it. That kind of tackle sends a message. You're not getting a free ride through here today.
Yep, that's the classic dead cat bounce turning into a real reversal once volume shows up. France start winning second balls, and suddenly the Argentina premium gets marked down. One goal is the earnings surprise. Then everyone chases the move. Nothing's really moved. Mexico's still stuck 869 with that massive sell wall overhead, so the market's saying favorite but capped. The interesting tell is those big bearish Mexico positions at 0.31. That's like fading the crowd, betting on a late wobble or a draw squeeze. Totally. This is the once-in-a-generation V-shape recovery setup, rare, but when it starts, everyone scrambles to rehedge at worst prices. History says it's unlikely, but finals, like markets, love punishing complacency. This book's frozen. Mexico's still priced like the clear favorite, but that too. 65M of offers is a concrete ceiling. Any rally gets sold. Meanwhile, South Africa's got that weird low. 99 ass stack, basically a lottery ticket crowd waiting for one miracle headline. Yeah, it's like a 2008 style drawdown turning into a face-ripping bear market rally, statistically rare, but psychologically brutal because everyone's positioned for game over. The moment belief returns, risk managers chase, shorts cover, and momentum feeds on itself. Absolutely, this is the limit down open, rip your face, off rally script, everyone relaxes, then one catalyst hits and positioning becomes the story. Once the underdog scores, it's like shorts covering in a thin market, momentum snowballs fast.
If they can't push on from here, that's the real tragedy, because the door's cracked open and you've got to kick it down. In a final, hesitation is poison. You either go for it now or you watch history swallow you whole. Oh, he's teasing the trigger like it's a street game. In Buenos Aires, one extra touch and suddenly the chance is gone. France will love that hesitation. In a final, you don't almost shoot, you shoot and ask questions later. He's dangling the ball like bait, trying to hypnotize the defender into a lunge. Cheeky stuff. But in a World Cup final, you flirt with danger like that and it can slap you back in the face in a heartbeat. You've got every right to hope. Hope is the fuel in these moments when legs are heavy and nerves are screaming. But hope needs a finish, my friend. Someone's got to grab the game by the collar and make it happen. Wherever you are in the world, you can feel it through the screen, the tension, the noise, the heartbeat of a final. Stay with us because one swing of a boot can flip everything in a second.
Still a stalemate, prices aren't budging, but the shape screams Mexico favored, yet nobody wants to pay up. Through that 0.70 supply. If Mexico concedes once, this book's thin, enough that the draw can gap like a counterattack, off a sloppy back pass.
The mood's got that sharp electric taste, like biting into a lemon and realizing it's a World Cup final. Every pass feels loaded, every tackle has a little thunder in it, and the crowd's just waiting to explode. Oh, you can taste the color, all right, blue and white crashing into navy like paint in a storm. It's got that metallic tang of pressure, the kind where the air feels heavier with every touch. One spark and the whole stadium changes shade.
Yeah, when one side owns the room, it's like a crowded momentum trade. Great, until the first wobble, then exits get narrow fast. Crowd dominance adds pressure on the favorite too. Justify the valuation, and the underdog plays freer. Like a cheap stock with nothing to lose.
It really is an Argentine wall of sound, like the stadium is wearing stripes and singing through its teeth. You can feel the opposition shrink a half step under. That roar, and that's when games tip over in a heartbeat. Here we go, France reaching for the toolbox. Fresh legs, fresh ideas, and maybe a little bit of chaos. In a stadium this Argentine, you need more than tactics. You need nerve because the next touch could get swallowed or celebrated.
Totally. Subs like that are a CEO doing an emergency restructuring mid-quarter. You either go risk off and protect the balance sheet, or you rotate aggressively into higher beta and hope for a rebound. It can spark a quick relief rally, but it also exposes you if it doesn't click. Book's basically unchanged, and that tells you the market's comfortable with Mexico at a rich valuation. Until it isn't. There's a wall of offers above 0.70, so upside looks capped short-term, while any wobble could reprice the draw quickly like a sudden risk off flush.
It's coming in heavy, isn't it? One of those days where every challenge sounds like a drumbeat and every decision feels like a cliff edge. If this is the extent of the emergency, then buckle up because the next 5 minutes could be pure wildfire.
Yeah, that noise is pure sentiment, like a tape painting. Green candles and daring you to fade it. It boosts the favorite's momentum, but it also ends their nerves. One mistake and the whole thing flips like a sudden volatility spike.
He's absolutely flying like he's got a jetpack stitched into the shirt. Every time he turns, defenders start backpedaling, like they've seen a ghost, and you can feel the crowd leaning forward, begging for the killer moment. That's the kind of swagger you love to hear. Every stride like a headline, every touch like it's trending worldwide. They keep that energy because football's a language, and when you're in that zone, the whole planet understands it.
We're seeing more liquidity stack on the draw in South Africa offers, but Mexico's price is pinned. Classic. Favorite grind with heavy overhead supply 8-0. Feels like a match where Mexico has possession. Yet the market's waiting for a clean chance before paying higher.
All of us, absolutely. This game grabs the whole crowd by the collar and drags us into it together. One moment of magic and suddenly strangers are family, screaming at the same sky. Oh, that's Deschamps rolling the dice with both hands. Proper tournament management, no fear. You can feel the tempo shift already, like he's just thrown fresh fuel on the fire and told the opposition, deal with this.
I'm with you. Double change is a mid-storm rebalance. It can cut downside fast, but it also screams urgency to the market. If it stabilizes shape, you get a quick confidence rally. If not, it's overtrading and you widen the swings.
Beat, if you mean he's gone red with effort, that's the look of a man emptying the tank out there. Or if you're calling it a beat of a moment, yeah, it's thumping like a drum, the pace is wild. Here we go, this is the moment where the coach tries to flip the script with fresh legs and a new angle. And tell me who's coming on because the crowd's holding. Its breath and the next touch could change everything.
This is a stalemate tape. Prices barely budge, but the story is that massive sell side over Mexico around 0.70 keeps the rally from breaking out. Until that wall gets lifted, traders will keep an eye about bling the draw like a hedge.
Thuramon, now that's a statement, that's power, and chaos rolled into one. Defenders hate this because he pins you, spins you, and suddenly the box feels twice as small.
That's the classic catalyst trade. Quiet name, 0. Volume, then one headline and it gaps up before anyone can refresh their screen. The bench guy just hit the market with a surprise earnings beat, and now everyone's scrambling to reprice.
Rundle, what a fairy tale touch in a semifinal. Straight off the bench and bang, he writes his name in lights. That's the kind of moment that turns a stadium into a volcano. You can feel the momentum swing like a wrecking ball.
Exactly. One touch, one goal is an earnings gap up. The market reprices instantly and shorts are forced to cover at any price. Momentum's real in the next few minutes, but like a gap, it either consolidates or snaps back fast.
Mo, if you mean momentum, this is exactly it. One substitute touch and the whole match tilts like a trading chart. After breaking news, the team that conceded is rattled now and the crowd's noise is basically interest compounding in real time.
Yep, moving them central is rotating into your highest. Beta names, more direct shots on goal, but you're also concentrating risk. If the counter hits, if it clicks, lanes open like a breakout through resistance. If not, you're exposed down the wings.
Lato, now that's a tactical shuffle. Kylian and Bal, tucking inside like two daggers aimed at the heart of the back line. If the fullbacks don't track runners, you'll see chaos in the box in the next phase guaranteed. Oh, that's beautiful. Dad in the stands and the kid down. They're living the dream. You can't script it any better. Finish that thought for me. Held the what? IMO, the club record or a national cap mark?
Order book's basically unchanged. Mexico's still pinned under that chunkio. 70 offer, so upside feels capped unless a real catalyst hits the pitch. Draw stays the natural hedge bid, and South Africa. His book is all air. One burst and it can gap, but liquidity is thin. Totally. Records falling is like the market printing fresh all-time highs. It's emotional, but it also resets everyone's expectations and the bar for normal. Potentially is the keyword. Priced in hype versus delivered performance, and the tape only rewards the finish. Yeah, legacy is like a blue chip surname on the jersey. Investors and fans both slap on a premium before the whistle even blows. That can fuel confidence like a momentum rally, or it can turn into a valuation trap when the moment gets heavy. Mexico's still the crowded favorite, but that's 0. 70 sell wall is like a parked bus. Price keeps bumping it and failing to break through. Draw liquidity steady as the safety trade, while South Africa's book is thin enough that any shock could spark a nasty little squeeze. Absolutely. Pedigree is like inheriting a blue chip portfolio. You get instant credibility, but you're judged against a benchmark you didn't set. In big moments, that can steady the hands like a veteran closer, or tighten you up when the crowd expects dividends on every touch.
What a storyline, IMO. 2 generations on the biggest stage. That's football royalty under the floodlights. And Marcus out there chasing what his dad tasted in '98, and you can feel the weight and the magic in every touch. History's got a heartbeat tonight.
Love that. Momentum's the market's confidence meter. A one clean press and run is a breakout candle that drags everyone off the sidelines. But if he hesitates, it's a failed rally and the crowd starts selling the story fast.
Absolutely. Aggression, but with a brain in it, not just flying into tackles like it's a clearance sale. You pick the moment, squeeze the space, make the opponent feel you, and keep 11 on the pitch. That's the real power play.
Exactly. An instant sub goal is like an IPO gap up. It rewrites the game plan and forces everyone to chase. Momentum flips, the other side gets rattled, and suddenly every tackle feels like a margin call. That's a headline-driven gap move, one touch, one goal, and the whole market reprices in seconds. The scoring side gets that risk on swagger, the other team goes into panic chase mode and starts forcing low percentage passes. This book's basically unchanged. Mexico's still priced like the heavy favorite, but that chunky's out. 70 offer keeps capping any sure thing euphoria. The real tell is those big bearish Mexico tickets. A231, smart money's buying convexity, betting on chaos rather than the base case.
He really did. Came on and instantly lifted the tempo like someone turned the volume up in midfield. Those first few actions were sharp and purposeful, and you could see the whole side breathe a bit easier with him in the mix.
Yeah, that's a weak sector getting shorted. Opponents keep routing flow there until you prove you can defend it. The hedge is a quick double team and a deeper fullback, but if you over-rotate, you're basically de-risking so hard you miss the upside on the break. Totally. When the tape tells you you're wrong, you don't. To wait for halftime, you cut risk and rotate now. Early pivots are like a surprise Fed tone shift. It forces repricing fast, and the slow adapters get run over.
Fernandez, take a bow, pure velvet on the ball. That is the kind of quality that makes a stadium gasp. He's playing like he's got a remote control for the tempo, just clicking it up and down whenever he's anxious. And here comes Team Maria. Fresh legs, fresh ideas, and you can feel the energy shift straight away. This is the moment where the game either settles or absolutely catches fire. They didn't let him breathe, did they? Stuck to him like a shadow in floodlights. That kind of attention can either suffocate a star or spark a moment of pure defiance.
Absolutely. One whistle like that is a volatility spike. And suddenly everyone's playing not to make the next mistake. It's pure risk management. Lines drop deeper. Challenges get timid, and the team with composure can cash in on the hesitation.
If Fico can't get on the end of that, it's a warning. Flair, because the delivery's begging for a touch. You can feel the crowd holding its breath like the next bounce decides the whole mood of this match.
Book's basically frozen. Mexico still low. 68.69, but that massive 70 sell wall is like a defender parking the bus and killing the breakout. Meanwhile, South Africa's offers are absurdly heavy. So any upset bid has to fight through a ton of supply. Yeah, that's a mega cap with no order flow. Prices high, but nobody's actually transacting through him. When the passing lanes dry up, he's basically trading in a widespread, and the team needs a catalyst run to tighten it back up. Not much changed. Mexico's still pinned at 68.69 with that chunky L. 70 offer acting like a ceiling, so upside's capped, unless someone comes in with real size. The interesting tell is those big bearish Mexico prints. A231. That's contrarian positioning, but right now, the live book isn't confirming it.
Mbappe's been living on scraps out there, fewest touches. And you can see the frustration bubbling. They've bullied the midfield and read the patterns, but one half turned from that man and it's curtains. You can't give lightning a runway. Rao, he's trying to grab the tempo by the collar here. One clean touch and suddenly the whole stadium hands forward because you can sense something brewing.
We're still range bound. Mexico can't clear that 70 supply, so it's like a striker stuck offside. Plenty of intent, no clean finish. Until that wall gets lifted, the draw stays supported. And South Africa remains a thin, low liquidity punt.
You got to tip your hat to Scaloni. He set the trap beautifully, and his players are snapping into shape like magnets. It's disciplined, street-smart football, and it's making every French attack feel like it's running uphill. No chance he saw it playing out like this. The plan is worked even better than the drawing board. But football's a wild market, my friend. One swing of momentum, and the whole price of the game changes in a heartbeat. They've been exactly what he needed, switched on, aggressive, and totally committed to the shape. Every duel feels like a statement, and France are being forced to play in tight corridors with no oxygen. And at this moment, you can feel it. This is the kind of phase where one mistake turns into a headline. The crowd's humming, the benches are twitchy, and the next touch could either calm it down or blow the roof off.
Still a stalemate. Mexico's glued to 68.69 and that 70 offer stack is the resistance line. Nobody's breaking. As South Africa bid depth actually thinned a bit, so the upset side looks even more fragile if pressure ramps. Exactly. When the crowd noise rises, that's when you cut leverage, not add it. The smart teams hedge with positioning and patience. And because one bad lunge is a gap down you can't trade out of. Yeah, that's a leverage tackle. If you win it clean, you flip momentum, but the downside is a straight red that nukes the whole game plan. In market terms, it's a fat-tailed risk trade. One mistime and you're in a drawdown you can't hedge. Totally. Stay aggressive, but size it so one mistake doesn't end your night. You press with structure, pick your spots, keep a stop in mind, and don't double down when emotions are sprinting faster than your feet.
Romero sliding in there. Oof, that's the tightrope, isn't it? His discipline's been spot on, but when he overcommits, he's basically playing with fire and a can of petrol. One mistimed lunge and the ref's reaching for the pocket. Good day to you too, my friend. Hope you're strapped in because this match has that anything can happen. Crackle! And if Romero keeps flying in like that, we might need Amo to price the risk premium on yellow cards.
Mexico's still pinned under that 70 sell wall, but notice asks eased a touch supply. It's thinning even if price hasn't moved yet. If buyers keep leaning on 0.68, this sets up like sustained pressure in the final third, one clean break, and it pops.
Morning. The coffee's barely kicked in and I'm already hearing studs scraping. This has got early drama written all over it. Let's see who settles first because one rash challenge can flip the whole mood in a heartbeat. Rayo gets it back, nice and tidy, like he's just hit the reset button. But you can feel the tempo rising again. The next pass could be the one that cracks this open. It's messy out there like a midfield scrap in a phone. Booth, no space, no time, just ricochets and panic. Touches, but sometimes chaos is the best playmaker. One lucky bounce and suddenly it's a clear sight of goal. He's taking it in his own time, slowing the heartbeat of the game, cool as you like under pressure. But you can't dawdle forever. One hungry presser and that calm turns into a crisis in a blink. It really is joyful, those little touches, the confidence. And it's like watching a street game with a stadium soundtrack. And you can tell the crowd's buying in now, every move getting that extra ounce of electricity. Yeah, the flair's there, but the leadership's missing. No one grabbing the game by the collar when it gets ugly. You need a voice, a spark, someone to drag the standards up when the rhythm breaks.
Not much new. Mexico's still stuck at 68.69 and that 70 offer stack keeps acting like a parked bus. As depth ticked back up, so the breakout needs real volume, not just hopeful toe pokes.
7 minutes. Oh, that's a whole mini match tacked on, and you can feel the nerves tightening already. This is where legs go heavy, minds go light, and one moment of madness can flip everything.
Exactly. Stoppage time is the closing auction spreads. Widen emotion spike, and one headline move can decide the print. Late volatility rewards discipline. Stick to your levels. Don't chase the last candle and let the market come to you. Yeah, that's a sudden liquidity shock. Momentum stalls, and everyone reprices the next few minutes. If they've got a like-for-like sub and tighten shape, fast, it's a hedge. If not, you'll see gaps open like a blown coverage. Yep, this is classic protect the book versus press for alpha. If the lead's fragile, you preserve the asset and control tempo. If you're behind, you take the higher vol sub and accept the drawdown risk. Totally. When confidence wobbles, you simplify the play. Book and anchor everyone to a few non-negotiables, like a company guiding to one clean KPI. Credibility is the currency. One leader making calm, a repeatable decision steadies the whole tape. Exactly. This is the last 5 minutes before the close. You de-risk, tighten spreads, and stop taking cute positions. Teams manage it by killing the clock, keeping shape, and clearing danger. No hero trades, just get to halftime intact. Yeah, that's a volatility spike. Sometimes it's a cathartic flush that resets focus. Sometimes it's panic, selling that breaks structure. If the captain channels it into discipline, it's a rally. If it turns into rash tackles, errors follow. Fast. Absolutely, this is a stressed market. Headlines hit, spreads widen, and everyone's emotions start trading for them. A leader has to be the central bank, calm voice, clear priorities, and quick accountability, so the team doesn't spiral into forced errors. Mexico's still priced like the heavy favorite, but the book's lopsided, way more sell liquidity overhead. So upside looks capped unless a catalyst hits. Those chunky bearish Mexico tickets at $31 feel like traders fading the certainty, while South Africa's ask wall is basically a parked bus at 99. Absolutely, one whistle like that is a surprise rate hike. It reprices risk instantly and flips momentum in a heartbeat. The smart side doesn't tilt. They tighten shape and wait for the next clean chance instead of chasing the game. Yeah, that's a leveraged lunge. Looks brave when it works, but one mistimed step and you're liquidated, with a card and a goal conceded. Smart aggression is controlled pressure. That was more all in on a 50-50, and the market usually punishes that.
Di Maria again, he's hovering like a shark that smelled blood, isn't he? If he keeps popping up in those pockets, Sunday's going to need more than a bolt to stop him. Di Maria's the one who drew it, went in sharp, invited the contact, and the ref bought it. Now it's all about nerve. One kick, a stadium holding its breath.
That penalty goal is a clean earnings beat. Instant. Repricing spreads tighten and the crowd flips from cautious to risk on. Now the trailing side's forced into chase mode, like short covering that can open them up on the counter. Yep, that's a sharp correction. Argentina got repriced fast, and you can see the nerves and the rush touches. After an equalizer, the safer asset is usually the side with structure and legs. Whoever controls tempo now has the higher quality bid. This book's basically unchanged. Mexico still the consensus pick, but that heavy ass depth overhead screams supply, so rallies get sold. The big bearish Mexico positions look like smart money, hedging the favorite, while South Africa's liquidity is thin and jumpy if any shock hits.
Fernandez has just detonated this place. Listen to that roar. It's absolute bedlam. That strike was pure thunder, and suddenly Argentina. His lead is wobbling like a chair on one leg. Imo, my man, I'm hearing you through the static sounds. Like the mic's taking a tackle. Say it again and I'll play it back like a perfect first touch.
Totally. One Mbappe burst as a VIX spike. Confidence evaporates, decision-making speeds up, and everyone starts trading the next 5 minutes instead of the full match. Superstars compress time like a late Fed headline, and suddenly both benches feel the pressure.
Fernandez tries to stitch it together again, but Mbappe just rips the script up and sprints into the spotlight. This is turning into a tug of war at full speed. One blink and you're chasing shadows.
Yeah, the tap-in is your first small cap pop. Easy money. Low resistance, you think you've cracked the code? Mbappe moments are macro volatility. Spreads widen. Nerves kick in and only the disciplined keep their shape.
Watch the shape here. One drops into the pocket. The wide men pin the fullbacks, and suddenly the lanes open like sliding doors. It's all about that third man run, pass, set, and bang, someone arrives free at the edge of the box. That's the danger, isn't it? When it looks casual, it is usually ruthless. They're moving like a well-oiled machine, one touch ahead of the press, and the defenders are left grabbing air like they've missed the last train.
Books basically frozen. Mexico still priced like the heavyweight at 69%, but that massive sell wall above them keeps the upside capped. Meanwhile, South Africa's order book is a thinly traded penny stock, one headline, and it gaps hard.
That's the sweet spot. Tempo, spacing, and timing all clicking at once. When it's that clean, you can't defend it. You can only pray the final touch lets you off the hook.
Absolutely. Clean buildup is like steady cash flow. It's not sexy, but it wins you seasons while everyone is chasing the headline trade. The crowd only notices the wonder goal, but the pros price the boring possession that keeps you in control.
Mark God, if you mean man marking the magician, good luck. He slips chains like they're made of silk. You've got to crowd the space, cut the supply, and hope he has an off night, because one glance and he'll paint a masterpiece. I hear you. On the pitch, it's exactly like that. Keep it simple. Keep it seen. Don't let the basics get lost in the noise. If we're all learning, then talk early, point, scan, your shoulder, and the easy stuff suddenly becomes automatic. You find your local crew by going where the ball lives. Parks, five-a-side cages, Sunday leagues, and the local rec center boards. Ask the organizer or the loudest captain after a game, and you'll have a WhatsApp invite before your boots are cool.
Yeah, that's pure sentiment cycle, like a bull market, where flows show up regardless of earnings, and confidence becomes its own catalyst. Once the crowd's in, dips get bought, and the whole venue trades like it's risk on. Exactly. Starting fast is like the opening auction. You print the first price and everyone else has to trade off your tape. Home swagger is liquidity on your side. Once you control tempo, the other team's forced into bad entries. Yeah, that's the full conviction trade. When you size up, take the hit, and your voice is gone because you left nothing in reserve. It can win you the match, but if the tape turns, you are the one walking off with the cramps. Not much changed. Mexico's still the consensus favorite, but that heavy ask depth is like a packed defense. Rallies keep getting stuffed near zero. South Africa remains a volatility trap. The book's lopsided, so any real buying could rip through thin offers fast.
That's the spirit. Win the crowd first by winning the scraps, because loose balls are like loose change. They add up fast. If Williams sniffing those second balls, your team starts owning the rhythm, and suddenly the pitch feels like home. Yeah, that's the moment he's planted, showing just enough, and it invites the contact like a neon sign. Against Hernandez, you can't give that little angle because the ref's eyes go straight to it and bang, it swings the call.
Totally. After a rough open, the market reprices fast. Spreads tighten, risk premium drops, and suddenly, every attack gets valued higher. It's like a team finding its press trigger. Once the tape turns, the early panic is already in the rear view. This book's basically frozen. Mexico's still pinned at 0.68, 0.69, but that giant sell wall around it. 70 is capping any breakout. The interesting tell is those big bearish Mexico ticket, AT0.31. Someone's fading the favorite like a contrast. Arian short into a crowded trade.
Absolutely. First time, it's all about those one-on-one duels because that's where the tone gets set. Win your individual battle and the whole team grows. A foot taller, lose it and you're chasing shadows all half. Exactly. Once you've won those duels, you've earned the right to play, and then you can build with confidence. It's like laying the tracks before the train starts flying. Otherwise, you're just hoping and praying. Yeah, and sometimes that's the smartest thing. Don't get cute, just get it done. A bit of football is lovely when it's on, but if the game's screaming for grit, you roll your sleeves up and win ugly.
We're still in a stalemate. Mexico's price is glued to 0.68, 169, and that's zero. 70 offer stack is the backline holding shape. Until someone hits that wall with real size, it's just midfield passing and no clean breakaways.
That's it. Football's not always champagne. Sometimes it's a street fight in boots. And when the moment demands it, you keep it simple, stay alive, and let the fancy stuff come later.
Yeah, that's a classic rumor gap. Price sprints before fundamentals even lace up their boots. If volume doesn't follow through, it's a head fake, and you fade it. If bids keep stepping up, that's a real breakout run. Mexico's still the heavy favorite, but the tape's telling you it's a grind. Bid depth is solid, yet that ask. Side mountain keeps leaning on the price. Feels like a top seed stuck in a low block. You're winning on paper, but you're not getting the clean shot.
Hold on, what's run away here, the software or the score? Line, give me one clear line on what happened, and I'll jump on it like a striker on a loose ball.
Mexico's bid is inching up in depth, but price won. To budge, classic absorption with sellers camping at where 70 until that offer stack gets cleared. Upside is capped and the draw stays the sneaky hedge in the background.
Whoa, that scrambled like a clearance under pressure. Say it again clean for me. Are you telling me someone got sent off or there is a goal, a VAR twist, and who's Rao and Bay in this play? Maria's in the picture now. All right, but what did she do? Did she spark the move or get caught in the storm? Give me the key moment with her name and I'll call it like it just happened. Plotter roots sounds like a dodgy stat line, mate. Are we talking about a software bug or a player planting himself like a tree at the back post? Tell me if this is match chaos or tech chaos and who's involved. Around color, could it be a card flashing or just the stream going psychedelic? What are we seeing? Yellow, red, or the screen glitching out? Give me one solid detail and I'll ride the moment. With you! Oof, that's playing with fire, trying to dribble in. Your own half is like day trading on leverage with no stop loss. One slip in its curtains, the crowd can smell danger, and the press is already licking its chops. Body is said sounds like he's gone down holding something. This could be a nasty knock or a bit of gamesmanship to slow the tempo. If the physios are on, that momentum just hit the brakes hard.
Nothing's really changed. Mexico's still stuck at zero. 68, they're at 69 with that chunky do. 70 supply acting like a parked bus. The market's saying favorite, yes, but it's not. Paying up until someone breaks that resistance with conviction.
One of those rangy, leggy types, covers ground like he's got telescopic limbs, nicking balls other lads can't even reach. But if he's a half second late, those long legs can turn into a clumsy tackle in a heartbeat. Oh, that's too easy. He's been skipped past like a training cone, and suddenly the back line's scrambling. One clean pass and it's panic stations. You can feel the stadium inhale. Are we talking turkey on the ball or someone trying to turn and got caught? Either way, if they're turning under pressure, that is where the trap snaps shut and the counterattack starts to purr.
We're seeing a tiny pulse of support on the long shots. South Africa bid depth just ticked up, but it's still pennies and prayer. Mexico remains the consensus play, yet that's zero. 70 wall is the goalkeeper. Everything's getting saved until it cracks.
Couldn't they just take the simple option there, clear, hit reset, live to fight the next phase? Instead, it's hesitation. And in this game, hesitation is an open invitation for trouble. He's off, legs pumping, eating up the turf like it owes him money. One more touch and it is danger, because when a runner gets that head of steam, defenders start backpedaling and praying. McAllister's got it in that pocket of space, head up, scanning like a chess player in boots. If he slips that pass between the lines, the whole move ignites in a flash.
Absolutely, one clean through ball and the whole book reprises in a heartbeat like a mega cap ripping through a key resistance. That kind of momentum forces late chasers in and squeeze as the cautious sellers, and suddenly the tempo belongs to the attacker.
These subs have changed the temperature of the match. Fresh legs, fresh ideas, and suddenly the press bites. Again, you can feel the defenders looking over their shoulders like the lights just came on. Yeah, you can see it. Those changes have given them a real spark, like someone's turned the volume up. The tempo's sharper, the runs are braver, and the other side suddenly looks a step slower.
Mexico's win prob just leaked a point to 68%, and you can feel the market getting a touch less confident. Even though price is pinned at euro 68, no point 69, sellers are still stacked at euro 70, so it's like a team with possession but no final ball. Any wobble feeds the draw bid.
So now it's all about who blinks first, because the momentum's shifting and the crowd can smell something brewing. One clean pass, one loose touch, and this could flip in a heartbeat. That left side's becoming their launch pad. He's hugging the touchline like it owes him money. If he times that overlap right, you're looking at a delivery that can cause absolute chaos in the box. That French duo look like they've left their magic. In the dressing room tonight, touches heavy, decisions late, and the rhythm just isn't there. But you know what? Class is a sleeping giant. Give them one moment and they can still bite. It feels like the manager's plan has been to keep it tight and nick it on the break, but it's come out a bit cautious, hasn't it? For 40-odd minutes, they've played like they're protecting something they haven't even won yet. Absolutely swamped out there, second to every ball, squeezed in every pocket, and the pressure's just relentless. When you're overwhelmed like this, you either find a brave pass or you're hanging on by your fingernails.
Yeah, it feels like they showed up playing not to lose. Pure risk management, but in a final that's like parking the bus and inviting wave after wave. Markets punish hesitation the same way. You underwalls, allocate to attack, and suddenly you're chasing the game at worse prices. Mexico's probability popped back to 69%, but the tape still looks heavy, same old 68 or 0.69, and that 70 sell wall hasn't budged. This is a stalemate market. Lots of conviction on the favorite, not a lot of urgency to pay higher. Not much new. Mexico's still the crowded trade at euro 68, 0.69, and that draw 70 supply is a brick wall. Draw liquidity is steady, so any in-game wobble and you'll see a quick rotation into 0.20 like a counterattack.
Argentina have brought swagger and steel to the big day. This is champagne football with a clenched fist behind it. The ball's zipping, the movement's poetry, and for 45 minutes, they've looked a level above, like they have hit the tournament's top gear right on cue. Exactly. Earlier, it was flashes and fragments like a song you only catch on the chorus. But now it's flowing end to end. Every pass has purpose. And France look like they're chasing shadows in a storm. That's the spark, isn't it? One moment and the whole stadium wakes up. You can feel the tempo lift, the tackles bite, and suddenly it's not just a match, it's a final with fire in its belly. It's been spotless, disciplined without being dull, sharp without being reckless. They've controlled the rhythm, won the duels, and kept the shape like a well-drilled orchestra, every note landing just right. Oh, it's been colorful, all right. Argentina painting the pitch in sky blue strokes, and every touch has a little bit of theater. If that's what you meant, they've turned this into a proper spectacle full of flair and bite. He's tried to leap the challenge like it's track and feel brave, but that's a dangerous dance. One mistimed step and you're either flying into the boards or gifting a free kick in a nasty area.
Mexico's still stuck at 68 or 69 with that big 70 offer acting like a defensive line holding firm. Bid depth on Mexico is solid, but it's not growing. So confidence is steady, not accelerating. South Africa remains a ghost town on the bid with a comical 0.99 ask overhead. Totally. One stray line can hit like a surprise red card. Confidence wobbles, the crowd gets loud, and everyone starts trading emotion instead of the game plan. In markets and finals, that's when overreactions create the biggest mispricings. Yep, that yellow is the ref hiking margin requirements. Suddenly, every tackle gets priced with extra downside. You'll see Fernandez play a half step safer, and opponents will probe that channel like traders leaning on a weakened bid. That's sustained order flow pressure. If the fullback is isolated, you get a forced liquidation, deeper line. Fewer overlaps, just survive. But if the midfield slides over and doubles, that's by the dip support, and suddenly Mwani's runs get priced out.
We're into that borrowed time now, and you can feel the tension tightening like a drum skin. One lapse, one loose touch, and suddenly the whole half gets rewritten right at the whistle. during which you just know everyone's holding their breath. One last surge, one last ball into the mixer. It's that moment where defenders beg for the whistle and attackers smell a headline.
Still a stalemate. Mexico pinned 8-0. 68.69 with that chunky. 70 offer capping any breakout, so momentum buyers have nothing to chase. Draw stays quietly supported at 20-21, the classic if this drags on hedge. South Africa's book is all air on the bid, so any real push would gap fast.
Fernandez again, he's right on the edge here, playing with fire after that booking. One more mistime challenge, and the referee's got a big decision to make, and the crowd will let him hear it. That booking still sticks in the throat, doesn't it? One of those really moments that lingers in a player's head. Fernandez has to reset fast because the ref, his eyes are glued to him now like a spotlight. He's trying to bleed the clock, but it's clumsy. Those little delays can boomerang when the ref's patience snaps. And yeah, in these borrowed seconds, you can feel the anxiety creeping in like a cold draft through the stadium.
Not much new. Mexico's bid depth ticks up a hair, but price won't lift while that 70 wall stands like a parked bus. Draw liquidity is steady, so the market's still respecting time and nerves as a real outcome. South Africa remains thin on support, one shock, and it's a slip and slide. Absolutely, an unbeaten run that long trades like a blue chip on reputation. Everyone assumes stability until the first crack shows. The pressure is you're not just playing the opponent, you're defending the valuation, and that can make teams go conservative and tight.
Absolutely. Keep it simple, keep it sharp, because the basics win you matches when the pressure's boiling. That easy football is an art, and if you stop respecting it for even a second, the game bites back.
This book's basically frozen. Mexico stuck 8-0. 68.69 with that massive O. 70 supply acting like a ceiling, so upside feels capped without a catalyst. Draw remains quietly bid, and South Africa's support is still paper thin, meaning any surprise headline would move it like a penny stock.
That's it. Out on the pitch, you learn fast because the grass doesn't lie. Keep your shape, keep talking, and let the ball do the running. The rest comes with reps and a bit of courage. Oh, he's absolutely lashed that one in. Great intent. But it's got too much on it, and it just skids away. From Farron, you can see the frustration. That was begging for a cleaner weight and a tap-in. And that's the whistle for the break. Time for lungs to fill and minds to reset. The next goal feels like it's sitting there on a knife edge, and whoever comes out sharper after the chat could swing this whole story.
Yeah, this feels less like a cute late-day bounce and more like a control premium getting priced in. Argentina are dictating tempo and shrinking the other side's options. Unless there's a sudden turnover, the tape says takeover, not relief rally. Mexico's still range-bound, but that dip in bid depth is a tiny warning. Buyers aren't adding, they're just defending. Draw is steady like a safe haven trade, and South Africa's ass stack thinning a bit doesn't matter until real bids show up. 2-0 at halftime is like a blue chip with a fat dividend. Comfortable, but not risk-free when the opposition has got options volatility like France. One quick goal and sentiment flips fast, so Argentina can't start trading sideways. Mexico's still pinned out. 68 lowered 69, and that giant throw. 70 offers the overhead resistance. Markets saying, prove it before we re-rate higher. Draw liquidity's unchanged, while South Africa remains a ghost bid with a comical 99 wall, so any real momentum would gap fast. Exactly, when you're up 2-0, you manage it like a winning position. Keep liquidity on the bid, don't chase, and cut off the counter-trend rallies early. Complacency is how you turn a blue chip winner into a meme stock in 10 minutes.
Messi's carrying a nation like it's a captain's armband made of granite. Every touch feels like destiny. Doesn't it? But France are too proud to lie down. Argentina need that killer instinct because one spark, and this turns into a wildfire. That move was pure silk, one of those sequences where the ball's doing the talking and the defenders are just chasing shadows. Di Maria arriving like a thief at the back post, and suddenly Argentina's grip tightens on this final.
Not much new. Mexico's price is glued at 0. 68 go up 69, but the book screams heavy supply with that massive V70 wall, so upside needs a catalyst. Draw is steady, and South Africa's still all air on the bid with a ridiculous so. 99 As Tower.
Absolutely. Strap in. This is where finals either get iced or ignite. Argentina have the cushion, but France will come out swinging like a heavyweight with nothing to lose.
This is a stalemate tape. Mexico's still the favorite, but that thick ask side liquidity above is like a parked bus, hard to break without fresh buyers. Draw stays neatly priced, and South Africa's market is basically a liquid hope with no real demand underneath. Yeah, when the whole squad's heavy-legged, it's like trading in a bear tape. You don't win with hero balls. You win with small, high-percentage plays and tight risk control. One clean sequence can spark a relief rally, but stamina is the real liquidity.
Argentina are snapping into every duel like they've got magnets in their boots, and France are a half step late to everything. It's glaring. That split second is oxygen at this level, and right now Les Bleus look like they're breathing through a straw. It might, and you can feel the tide trying to turn. One moment, one loose touch, and the whole stadium holds its breath. But Argentina look ruthless right now, like they smell blood and they're not letting go. He's got to be the spark, hasn't he? Someone to grab this game by the collar and drag France back into it. Right now, it's all too quiet in blue, and you can't win a final whispering. They're chasing shadows out there. Every second ball, every reaction, Argentina are first to it like it is pre-programmed. France need a jolt because in a final, you can't be a step behind. You get punished. That's the scary part. Concede, and there's no immediate roar back, no fury, just a kind of stunned silence in their play. In a World Cup final, you've got to answer instantly. And right now, Argentina are dictating the heartbeat.
We're still range-bound. Mexico can't lift because the sell side is stacked with that 0. 70 level acting like a stubborn backline. Draws quietly supported 80. 20, and South Africa's book is pure imbalance. Tons of offers, almost no real bids.
It could be the turning point, absolutely. One little lift in tempo, and suddenly the game has a different smell, but they've got to build on it right now because Argentina won't give you 2 invitations.
Totally, this is a dead tape market until a headline hits, and then positioning snaps like a short squeeze. A 1 goal is your CPI print. Suddenly everyone ices, spreads tighten, and the no-hope side gets forced to cover.
France have been pale, yeah, like the lights are on, but nobody's home into that final third. And perhaps this is where one moment of madness, one run, one tackle flips the whole script, because finals don't wait for you to wake up. You can see it in their body language. Shoulders heavy, while passes cautious, like they're carrying the weight of the occasion. But one spark, one brave decision, and suddenly that feeling turns into fire. That's the knife edge of a final. Exactly. One crack is all you need, one half chance, and you've got the whole stadium holding its breath. But you've got to be ruthless when it arrives, because finals don't hand out second helpings. That's the truth every 4 years, and you've got to squeeze energy out of thin air, out of pride, out of panic, out of the crowd. Somewhere a leader has to grab the game by the collar and drag everyone with him.
Mexico's still pinned at a 68, warrant 69, but notice the ask depth eased a touch. Supply is thinning, not gone, until that 0. 70 wall gets chewed through. This is just possession, with no shots on goal. Exactly. France are that quality name that gaps down. On bad news, shakes out weak hands, then rips when the real money steps in. One quick goal is the catalyst, and suddenly everyone is chasing the tape into the close. Yeah, that's a classic bad chart, great balance sheet. Situation, price action's ugly, but the optionality is massive. In a final, one moment of quality is like a surprise. Great cut, the whole market reprices in seconds.
Belgium know a thing or two about grim tournaments. Amo, talent on paper, but the margins bite you on the pitch. And France, they've got that comeback DNA, but you can't live on miracles forever. At some point, you've got to punch first. That's the warning flare right there. Argentina done to cough up leads, and when they did, it turned into absolute chaos. If France smell even a hint of that, they'll swarm like sharks, because one wobble in a final becomes an earthquake.
Mexico's price is frozen, but the sell wall 80. 70 is still the real referee here until that breaks. Upside is capped. Draws steady around 20, and South Africa remains a ghost market. Tiny bids, massive offers, no conviction.
And that shootout win is like a scar and a shield. At the same time, Argentina survived the storm, but I'll remember how close it got. Now every French attack feels like it's carrying a needle trying to pop that confidence. Extraordinary doesn't even cover it. My heart rate's still doing sprints just thinking about it. Those moments either make you champions or leave you haunted, and tonight you can feel that tension humming in every touch. The Dutch went down swinging, didn't they? Dragged Argentina into deep water and nearly pulled them under. That kind of exit leaves a mark on everyone watching. You don't get a quiet night after surviving Oranjo.
Yep, that's the market going full risk on in the last 5 minutes. Stop caring about valuation, just chase momentum. It can spark a face ripper, but more often, you get picked off on the counter like a failed breakout that turns into a nasty rug pull.
Yeah, you can see it. Something's not right out there. Like the rhythm's gone a beat off. At halftime, they've got to patch it fast because in a final, one little problem turns into a full-blown own fire.
Mexico's still stuck in a tight spread, but that ask depth keeps bleeding lower. Sellers are getting a little less brave. The 70 offer is the defensive line. If buyers punch through, you'll see a quick repricing, like a breakaway goal.
That's a lifetime in blue, isn't it? 242 times marching into battle for France, player and coach combined. You don't rack up numbers like that without nerves of steel, and you just know he's got one more speech in him to tilt this night. Absolutely, whatever happens, you can't question his commitment for a second. He's emptied the tank for that badge time and time again. Nights like this, the nation doesn't just watch him, they lean on him. Still time left, heads up, because this is where legs get heavy and hearts get louder. One moment, one bounce, one brave run, and the whole story flips in an instant. It's gone a bit messy out there, hasn't it? Scrappy touches, loose passes, everyone swinging for control. Like it's a bar fight in the midfield. But sometimes chaos is the doorway to a miracle. Keep your eyes peeled.
Not much movement. Mexico's still pinned at 68-69 with that chunky 0.70 supply acting like a parked bus. South Africa drifting to 10% tells you nobody's paying. Up for the upset, and the draw stays the quiet hedge, around Boy 20.
Bayern, if you mean that Bayern-style machine football, this match is the opposite, more grit than gloss, right? Now, but all it takes is one slick move and suddenly it looks like Munich on a good day. If it's Loris and Tagliafico you're talking about, that duel is tight as a drum, no space, no freebies, just pure stubborn defending. One mistimed step and bang, it's a headline either way. Boy, are you calling for a point or a point of interest? Here, either way, this is the kind of moment where one tiny detail decides everything. One touch, one whistle, one wobble, and the stadium erupts. Yeah, it's squeezed up again. No oxygen in that channel. Isn't Timmer's doubling up like a bodyguard on payday? That little bit of help can turn a duel into a trap, and the attackers got to wriggle out fast. They're crying out for a bolt of inspiration, Arn. Today, someone to just crack it open with one fearless run or a wicket through ball. Right now, it's all safe and square, like nobody wants to be the one who breaks the glass. Romero's nicked it right off him, read it early, and snapped in like a shark smelling blood. Kreeman's left chasing shadows there, and suddenly, the whole move flips the other way in a heartbeat.
This book's basically in stoppage time stalemate. Mexico hold 69% but can't get past that. 70 wall, so price just churns. Draw liquidity stays balanced, while South Africa, buzz offers are a mile wide, telling you the upset money isn't showing up. That's a clean liquidity sweep. One perfect pass breaks the order book, and suddenly everyone reprices higher in a heartbeat. Momentum traders pile in like a counterattack, and the late shorts are the defenders backpedaling, praying for the whistle.
Absolutely, IMO. Argentina can't let the foot off the gas now because one lazy 5-minute spell and the whole thing swings. If they keep that tempo humming, it's like compound. Interest on pressure, chances start paying dividends. Fast!
Yeah, that's got ticker tape energy, like someone shouting a level the crowd anchors to, even if it's just noise. Markets love a catchy code because it becomes a coordination point, and suddenly you've got momentum chasing a number.
Yeah, he's got to grab this match by the collar and drag it where he wants, no waiting for help. That isn't coming. Sometimes it takes one leader to light the fuse, and right now he's the only one holding the matchstick. Bang.
Totally, it's the one mega cap dragging the whole index. Uphill trade, where breadth is ugly, but the headline looks fine. Great, until that one name tires out, then the whole market feels like a team that skipped leg day. Tiny drift towards South Africa, up to 11%, but Mexico is still the heavyweight at 69%, and the tape can't clear that they're 70 sell wall. This feels like a match where the favorite has possession, but the crowd's starting to price in a nervy moment.
Mo's opening up now. Those long strides eat up grass like it's nothing. And suddenly the back lines retreat. In panic! One clean touch and he's in the danger zone. You can feel the stadium tighten.
We're basically pinned. Mexico still sitting 9% with that chunky 470 offer acting like a parked bus in the box. Until someone lifts that wall, the action stays range bound, and the draw keeps quietly siphoning attention.
Ha! If that touch was coal from the port, it's because it arrived heavy and late, nearly sank the whole move. But Mo's still steaming forward, and one spark here could set the place alight. Every step you take, Mo's taking two. He's gliding past. Tired legs like they're stuck in wet cement. If he keeps marching like this, something's got to crack in that defense any second now. He links it up beautifully. Suddenly the whole move has rhythm, like the band finally found the beat. That's the kind of connection that turns a scramble into a real chance, and the crowd can smell it. All of us are on the edge of our seats now. This is that moment where one touch can make heroes or heartbreak. You can feel the tension buzzing through the air like a live wire.
Feels like a transfer window where the headlines are loud, but the clubs are negotiating hard. Liquidity is there, just priced tighter. Big money will still move, but it'll chase proven star players and leave the fringe names on the bench. Mexico's still stuck at 68.69 with that huge row. 70 supply overhead, buyers are showing up, but they are not willing to sprint through the line. Meanwhile, South Africa's book is all air on the ask side, so any real bid could whip that price like a quick counterattack. Yeah, trust the process, but don't confuse patience with passivity. You keep your core starters on the pitch and set limit orders for the dips. Summer markets love head fakes, so pounce only when liquidity shows up and the spread stops playing games. Totally. When every night is a final, attention gets fragmented and markets can go a bit thin, like a midweek fixture with half the crowd watching another game. That's when momentum trades pop fast, but reverse. Alls hit just as quick.
That's a proper summer menu. NBA Finals, Stanley Cup, and then we roll straight into football like it never stops. ESPN on Disney Plus feels like the ultimate all-access pass. IMO, tell me that isn't a bull market for sports fans.
Yeah, it's the bundle trade, one subscription, endless content, and investors love that recurring revenue feel. But the risk is churn the moment the season ends, so the winners are the platforms that keep fans engaged year-round. It can print value if it cuts churn. ESPN is the live sports anchor tenant that keeps the lights on while the rest of the catalog rotates. But if pricing creeps too fast, that convenience tax turns into cancellations and the market will whistle it for a foul. This book's basically unchanged. Mexico's still pinned under that low 70 wall, so upside needs a real catalyst, not just hopeful bids. The sneaky tell is those big bearish Mexico positions, sitting at 0.31 average. That's a crowded fade, and if Mexico starts strong, the squeeze could be quick. Exactly. When they control the clock, it's like a market, going from breakout to consolidation. Volatility compresses, and the easy momentum money stops getting paid. But that's also when complacency creeps in, and one sharp counter can gap the whole tape. Nothing's really moved. Mexico's still stuck in that 6.8, 0.70 range with a big sell wall overhead, so as a grind, not a breakout. With heavy bearish Mexico positions still out there, any early dominance could trigger a quick squeeze. But until then, it's sideways chop. Yeah, it's game management that feels like market micro structure. Slow the tempo, widen the spreads, and frustrate the chasers. Plenty of traders get in trouble here by forcing entries in dead tape, then one sudden burst punishes the over-leveraged. Totally, when they milk restarts, it's like a dealer. Pinning implied vol lower, fewer transitions, fewer surprises, and the underdog's upset premium bleeds out. But one sloppy touch is a volatility spike, and suddenly everyone's repricing in a heartbeat.
Corner for Argentina. This is where hearts start the pumping. France can't switch off for a second because one wicked delivery and it's chaos in the 6-yard box. Watch the runners, watch the second ball.
Absolutely. One France goal is a clean trend break. Short scramble, late buyers pile in, and the price gaps before anyone can get a fill. It's like conceding on a counter. Suddenly the whole match is played in the other half.
France have come out swinging after the break, higher tempo, more bodies forward trying to turn the screw. One goal and the whole stadium flips on its head. You can feel that pressure building with every surge. Now they're driving it toward the big names now. Get it to the genius and let him light the fuse. This is that moment where one touch, one burst, and suddenly the game's on fire.
Spot on, Leo. If France score, it's instant risk on. The crowd flips from cautious to FOMO, and the tape gaps higher. The side sitting deep becomes the blue chip under pressure. Stable until one headline hits, then everyone rushes the exit at once.
Bit of slack in the shape there. One lazy step, and the gap opens like a trapdoor. In games like this, you give an inch, and the other side takes a mile, no questions asked.
Mexico's ticked up a hair to 69%, but the real story is still that chunky offer stack around dough. 70. Buyers are leaning in, yet sellers are parking the bus. If Mexico gets a clean chance on goal moment, in those big bearish positions can fuel a fast pop. Otherwise, it's another slow range-bound slog. Exactly. When the keeper claims it clean, that's a flight. to quality bid, panic drains out and everyone resets. Their risk. It kills the opponent's momentum like a circuit breaker. Yeah, and suddenly the next move has to be built, not forced.
Martinez had to be involved. He's got that magnetism where the ball just finds him when it matters. Whether it's a shout, a touch, or just presence, he is the kind of keeper who turns danger into calm in a heartbeat. Hardly anything in it. One of those moments where you blink and it's gone, but your heart still jumps. That's football. Tiny margins, massive emotions, and suddenly everyone's holding their breath again. Oh, absolutely. You take that catch and you say thank you very much. No rebounds, no chaos, just clean hands. And instant relief. In a tight spell, that's like a little safety net dropping from the sky. Di Maria drifting in from the far side, danger with a silk ribbon on it. Give him half a yard and he'll paint a pass or a shot like it's street art. And the defenders are suddenly doing the tango.
Mexico's priced like a heavy favorite at 70%, but the book's lopsided, big ask walls up top, and you've got chunky bearish Mexico flow hitting around dough. 31, which screams hedging or a volatility punt. South Africa's book is even weirder. Massive offers. Parked 8 to euro, 99 while people are paying 0. 90 to fade them feels like a crowded trade waiting for one clean break either way. Not much has moved. Mexico still pinned at 69.70 with that big sell side liquidity acting like a defensive line. So upside needs real new buyers, not just nibblers. The interesting tell is still the off-market bear-ish Mexico size around 31. That's smart money positioning for chaos, not a clean Mexico cruise. We're seeing a tiny leak in South Africa bid depth, down a couple grand and the top bid size trimmed. So the underdog support is thinning even if price hasn't cracked yet. Mexico stays glued at 0, 69.70, which tells you this is a stalemate until someone punches through that ask wall like a late set piece. Mexico bid depth ticked up a hair in the 0. 70 ask wall thinned a bit, small, but it's the first sign the favorite might actually get some follow through. South Africa still looks like a ghost town on the bid with that absurd 99 offer stack, so any real selling there could drop it fast. Draw liquidity's easing a touch on both sides, but price is still stuck at 2021. Market's basically saying, no new info, keep it parked. South Africa bids keep bleeding slowly, and that usually ends with a quick air pocket move if anyone tests the downside. Yeah, Leo, this looks like a routine pullback. Real yields and a firmer dollar are pressing like a high line. And gold's just getting caught offside. Bigger risk is if rates keep grinding up. Otherwise, dip buyers usually show up fast on any geopolitical jitters. Fair point. If you're long, treat it like buying a dip. Only if it holds the last swing low. Lose that, and it's a falling knife with stops getting triggered. I'd watch the prior support zone and the dollar buy 8's combo. If those keep rising, gold's defense cracks. Mexico's still pinned at 69.70, but that 70 ask wall just got thicker, more supply leaning on the favorite, so upside needs a real catalyst. Draw bids perked up a bit, which feels like traders hedging late, like parking the bus and playing for penalties. If he's long, it's brave only if he's got a tight stop. Otherwise, it's a falling knife in a rising rate tape. I think of it like stepping in for a tackle. Win the ball at support, but miss it, and you're through on goal the wrong way. Yeah, whatever the outcome is, basically playing a reckless high line, fine until the dollar and yields. Send a through ball and you're chasing. If rates keep firming, gold longs need discipline. And if they roll over, that counterattack can work fast. Totally, it can be resilience, but only if the thesis still holds and you're sizing it like a marathon, not a sprint. If you're ignoring the dollar and real yields just to tough it out, that's stubborn risk, not discipline. Yeah, that reads like a close the book exit. When traders start talking in moments, they're mentally cashing out. If gold can't reclaim key resistance with the dollar easing, the market's basically calling full time, not extra time.
Buenos Aires is a football stock exchange, my friend. Every bar a trading floor, every corner a chant waiting to explode. Whatever the result, those streets keep paying dividends in passion, and the city never closes the market.
Mexico's price is stuck in a tight zero. 69.070 chokehold, and that big 70 offer is basically a defender camping in the box. Hard to break without fresh news. Meanwhile, the draw stays supported at 0. 20 more at 21, so the market's quietly paying for messy game insurance. Absolutely, 12 goals on that stage is like a dividend. Aristocrat shows up quarter after quarter when the lights are brightest. In markets, that kind of repeatability compresses the risk premium because everyone trusts the big moment execution. Yeah, drawing level with Pele is like joining the all-time index. Suddenly you're priced as a blue chip, not a hot trade. The legacy premium kicks in, and even a quiet game won't shake sentiment because the track record anchors expectations. No doubt, this tournament is a breakout quarter on top of a Hall of Fame balance sheet, so the market slaps on a premium multiple. Under that pressure, the greats don't derate. They turn big moments into liquidity and keep the rally alive. Yep, that's the market leader effect. When one name tops the tape, the whole team gets a sentiment bid and plays with more conviction. Pressure's real, but leaders attract follow-on buying. Yes, and suddenly everyone believes the trend is your friend. Messi's the blue chip right now, pole position with the cleanest momentum, and the market loves a front runner. Mbappe's the high-beta chaser who can gap the field in one match, while Alvarez feels like the steady value name riding a strong team trend. Messi's the blue chip leader, steady earnings, top of the table, and everyone's already overweight. Mbappe's the late surge momentum stock, one explosive catalyst game, and he can rip past the pack, volatility, and all. The top scorer is your blue chip, priced for consistency and still delivering. The big name chaser is the late surge momentum play, capable of a face-ripping rally in one match. The overvalued guy is whoever's living off hype with thin fundamentals and needs a miracle brace. This book's screaming Mexico is the favorite, but the ask walls are massive, especially Mexico AT0. 70, so upside is getting capped like a team parking the bus after going up. The weird tell is South Africa, tiny win odds yet. A giant 0.99 ask stack and big bearish SA flow at 0.90, which smells like hedging or someone leaning into a long shot squeeze. Absolutely, 6 goals is the blue chip, proven production, lowest earnings surprise risk, and the crowd's already piled in. 5 goals is the risky breakout, higher beta, needs one big catalyst match, but if it hits, it can sprint past the leader fast.
Oh, absolutely. Argentina have come out like they've had a double espresso at halftime, snapping into tackles and moving it quicker. You can feel the tempo rising, the crowd leaning forward. This is starting to look dangerous for the other side. Yeah, they're winning that first step now. Every loose ball suddenly has an Argentina shirt arriving, like it's magnetized. That's how you flip a match. Squeeze the space, steal the seconds, and the pressure starts to feel like a vice. France look like they're trying to run uphill in sand. Right now, Argentina have them pinned back and breathing through a straw. If this keeps up, it's not if the chance comes, it's when, because the wave just won't stop.
Mexico's still priced like the heavyweight at 70%, but that 0.70 ask wall is a brick defense. Buyers keep running into it and stalling out. Meanwhile, the bearish Mexico size down at up. 31 is basically traders buying draw say cover, so sentiment is confident but not carefree. Yep, that's the first real drawdown for a can't miss name, and the psychology flips fast. Holders get shaky, shorts get brave. In finals, pressure is like liquidity. Once it ends, one moment can gap the whole game either way. Totally, when a perennial winner finally goes behind, the market's certainty premium evaporates, and you get forced decisions, not calm analysis. That's when momentum traders smell blood, but one clutch play can spark a vicious V-shaped reversal. Not much price movement, but the story's in the depth. Mexico's still the consensus trade, yet that heavy sell-side ATU. 70 keeps acting like the back four holding the line. South Africa drifting to 10% while the 0.99 offers stay absurdly stacked, tells you nobody's really buying the miracle, just positioning around it.
Messi's carrying that golden weight, and you can feel it. Missed one earlier in the tournament, but he's still the man who wants the ball when it's hottest. And that's the thing with legends. They don't hide from the moment, they stare it down. I'm catching the vibe, but I'm not sure who you mean. There, did you mean Di Maria looking sharp but losing the ball, or someone else entirely? Either way, when a winger's flying and then cough, is it up, the crowd groans like the air just got punched out. Ah, there it is. Just a little wobble, just a little loose touch, and suddenly the whole stadium holds its breath. In finals, those tiny slips are like dropped coins. In a vending machine, sometimes they buy you a goal. The other way,
exactly. Sometimes you have to cut the angle and take the tackle, but only when the downside is defined and you've got cover behind you. A reckless lunge is leverage with no stop loss. Miss it, and you're one pass away from a blowout. Mexico's still pinned at 69.70, and that ass stack is basically a supply ceiling. Buyers need a catalyst to break through. The only real change is South Africa bid depth ticking up, a little lottery ticket nibbling, but the market is still treating it like a long shot. Yeah, that's pure risk on tape. Once the press starts winning second balls, confidence compounds and everyone crowds the same trade. But momentum's fragile. One clean clearance is a halt. Kish headline, and suddenly it flips back to risk off.
Right now, it's all about who dares. France sniffing around, Argentina trying to keep their shape, and every loose ball feels like a live grenade. Tell me, are you saying Griezmann's the one nicking it and driving them forward? Oh, absolutely. He's got that velvet touch, like the ball's on a string, and he's the puppeteer. When a player's that gifted, one glance up, and suddenly the whole defense looks like it's chasing shadows. Another code, another puzzle. Football's full of them. My friend, if you mean a switch in tactics or a new signal on the pitch, that's where the clever ones start pulling strings and the game tilts in a heartbeat. You can feel it brewing there. Little 1-2s, a dex, or you run someone trying to slip in on the blind side, like a pickpocket in a crowd. That edge of the box is where matches get written. One sharp touch and it's chaos.
This book's basically frozen. Mexico can't lift off because that's so. 70 wall is still massive, so it's a grind, not a breakout. Draw stays quietly bid at you. 20-21, classic hedge in the midfield while everyone waits for a real chance.
He's got to be wide awake because that's where the sneaky runners appear and the ball arrives like a postcard with bad news. 1 second of ball watching and bang, someone's in behind and the keeper's suddenly earning his wages. So it's poised on a knife edge right now. One clever movement at the top of the box and the whole stadium holds its breath. Who's going to blink first? The defender stepping out or the attacker daring that killer pass? Tense stuff. One lapse and it's trouble. Everyone's on edge at the box. Oh, that's a nasty little dink, awkward, floaty, and begging for a mistake. Defenders hate those because it's neither here nor there, and suddenly everyone's scrambling like there's a loose stock on Amo's screen.
Totally. Keepers treat that like traders treat a thin book. Don't overreact to the first tick. Get your feet set and keep the angle. Commit too early and you're chasing a rumor candle. And stay balanced and you let the play come to you. Mexico's still stuck at 69.70, but notice the bid depth just thinned out. Less support under the price if sentiment wobbles. Draw liquidity remains chunky, so the market's quietly pricing stalemate risk while Mexico struggles to finish the move.
Romero's right on him, shoulder to shoulder, and you can feel the pressure building with every stride. Hernandez is hunting it down like a man possessed. This is where a clean touch or a clumsy one changes everything. Absolutely, I'm a one whistle here and the whole match reprises in a heartbeat. If the ref flashes plastic, it's a sudden circuit breaker. If he lets it go, the tempo rockets back like nothing happened.
That's a volatility halt. Momentum traders get forced to sit on their hands while everyone reprices the risk. When play restarts, the side with deeper liquidity and calmer heads usually benefits because they can reset shape and hit the first clean pass. Yep, that's the trading halt moment. Everyone stops chasing and starts managing exposure. If a card drops, it's like a sudden downgrade. Spreads widen, the draw gets a bid, and the favorite's price can wobble fast. Market's basically frozen. Mexico's still pinned 69.70, but the tell is that ask wall keeps growing. So upside is getting capped like a team stuck in the final third. Meanwhile, the draw stays well supported. If this restart is scrappy, that's so. 20 bid can start looking very attractive.
That's exactly why the ref reacted so fast. When a player takes one in the midsection and then gets tangled up high, you don't gamble with it. The stadium goes quiet for a second and you can feel everyone holding their breath. He's up and moving, massive relief. You can hear the crowd exhale. That little scare can jolt a team awake though, like a reset button, and suddenly the next tackle feels twice as loud. Oh, that's a weighty stat hanging over them like a storm cloud. Finals don't forgive, they remember. You can feel the nerves in every touch because one clean finish here could flip decades of heartbreak into pure gold.
Tiny drift here. Mexico when prob slips a notch and South Africa ticks up. Nothing dramatic, but it's the market shaving confidence. That Mexico 70 ask wall is still a brick defense, so buyers need a real catalyst or they'll keep getting turned away at the box. That's a one candle event, either a moonshot goal or a straight drawdown in seconds. Under that kind of pressure, the favorite can trade like a meme stock. Nerves widen the spread and one slip flips the whole book. Exactly, this is the closing auction. No more time to hedge, just pure price discovery under maximum stress. One kick is the final print and every nervous twitch shows up as volatility on the tape. Oh yeah, that's the capitulation low turning into a breakout rally. Years of sellers finally exhausted, and then bang, momentum flips and everyone chases. It's like a long base resolving upward on massive volume, and the crowd becomes the trend. Still a stalemate, Mexico's price won't budge off. 69.70. but bid depth is thinning a bit. Buyers are getting tired legs with that giant dough. 70 sell wall, it's a grinded out match unless a headline. Goal forces a clean break. Totally, once that multi-year resistance breaks, confidence turns into leverage. Players take riskier passes because the downside fear evaporates. It's the shift from capital preservation to momentum. Chasing, and suddenly the whole team trades like it has got house money.
Oof, that one slid past the post and you can hear the collective groan. Rome was ready to erupt. That's the kind of miss that haunts you in stoppage. Time and suddenly the pressure cranks up another notch.
Yep, going all in late is like levering up into the close. You might squeeze out a win, but one bad bounce, and you're liquidated. Smart teams keep a stop-loss shape, commit numbers. Forward, but don't blow up the back line.
Absolutely, Amo. One stray step and suddenly the whole stadium's trading on panic. The whistle's a circuit breaker. It cools the attack. Lets defenders reset their lines, and the crowd's mood swings like a chart on earnings day.
Mexico's still pinned 8-0. 69 Norway 70, but that's 70 ask wall is the parked bus. Tons of supply daring. Buyers to break through. Until that clears, the path of least resistance is chop in late longs, risk getting caught off sides on any momentum fade.
Messi whips it in with that velvet wand of a left foot. Danger written all over it. The box holds its breath as it dips and curls, begging for a touch at the far stick. It ricochets off bodies at the near stick and spins away. Pure pinball in the 6-yard box. That's a let-off for the defense, but the attackers are sniffing blood now. The pressure's boiling. Flags up, attack snuffed out just as it was starting. To sizzle, that's the kind of offside that feels like a party ended by the neighbors calling the cops.
We're seeing tiny bid depth creep up on the draw in South Africa, but Mexico's still the heavyweight at 70%, just can't get through that. 70 supply. Feels like a match where the favorite dominates possession, yet the scoreboard won't move. Mexico's price is frozen at zero. 69 euro 70 and that's zero. 70 ask stack is basically a wall of defenders, buyers. Keep running into it. Meanwhile, South Africa's book is weirdly lopsided with that zero. 99 offer, so any upset move could gap fast. That Mexico Esquel 8-0. 70, just thinned a bit, still big, but it's a crack in the dam. If buyers smell blood, you can get a quick pop. If not, it's another stalled attack and the draw stays annoyingly sticky. Absolutely. Once you're ahead, you shift from growth to capital preservation, slow the tempo, manage risk, and force the other side into bad shots. The chasers go full leverage, pushing higher up the pitch, and that's when you get either the equalizer or the counter punch. Not much new on price. Mexico's still stuck at 0. 69, 0.70, but you can see the draws offer stack easing. A touch, which tells you some hedges are coming off. And this is classic favored ahead on XG, not on the tape action. One clean push through. 70 and it can run. Totally. Right now is blue chip control. Steady possession. Low volatility, and they're squeezing the game like a tight spread. But the risk is tail event stuff. One sloppy turnover, and you get a flash crash counter before anyone can hit the sell button. Yeah, that's the sleeper position that suddenly re-rates, like adding a quality mid-cap, and it starts printing immediately. It improves Argentina's diversification in attack, but it also raises the tempo, so the downside is more transition risk if they lose the ball. Absolutely. When a manager's pick hits early, it's like a surprise beat. Confidence spikes, everyone plays a half step quicker, and the opponent starts second, guessing. That's momentum you can compound, but you've still got to manage the clock, like protecting a lead in the fourth quarter. Mexico's bid depth just thickened up while price stays pinned at 0. 69 or 70, buyers are leaning in, but that 70 ask wall is still a big defender in the box. If it finally breaks, you'll see a quick squeeze. If not, it's churn and frustration. Yep, dominance gets priced in fast, like a rally on good earnings. Confidence becomes the trade, and late buyers chase. The danger is complacency. One missed chance is a profit take trigger, and suddenly the game feels wide open. Absolutely, one smart pick is like rotating into a sector. Right before the breakout, it lifts the whole tape and everyone plays with more conviction. But when confidence spikes, risk-taking rises too, so the counterpunch is always lurking. Messi's the blue chip, liquidity, reliability, and he moves the whole market with one touch. Di Maria's the high beta growth name paying off today. And while the crowd's fringe shouts are penny stock noise until they actually get minutes. Mexico's still the heavy favorite at 70%, but that asks. Side depth is a wall. Tons of supply sitting at 0. 70, so upside feels capped unless new buyers sprint in. The draw is the sneaky momentum play, tight spread, and lighter bids like a counterattack trade if the match stays cagey. I'm with you. This looks like a grind-up rally. Steady, pressure, not a blow-off sprint so momentum can stick, if they keep creating clean chances. But if it turns into hopeful long balls, that's your bubble top. One turnover and it snaps fast. Mexico's price is pinned at 69.70, and that massive sell side depth is basically a defensive line holding firm. Buyers keep running into it. The draw ass depth is thinning a bit, so if the game stays level, that's where the sneaky ripper icing can happen fast. Exactly. An early goal is like a gap up at the open. Everyone celebrates, spreads tighten, and risk gets underpriced. Then one lazy clearance is your profit-taking wave. She and the whole tape flips from buy the dip to get me out. We're seeing a slow bleed and draw in South Africa. Sell walls, ass depth is coming off while Mexico stays glued to 69.70 under that big overhead supply. That's classic favorite fatigue. Price won't lift until someone clears the offers, so the value creep the PS into draw risk. That's a clean-looking chart, but 10 data points is a hot hand, not a law of physics. Context matters like matchup, red cards, and game state. Still, scoring first is a regime shift. It forces the other side to chase, and that's when mistakes and momentum compound. Exactly. France is your black swan headline that reminds everyone trends aren't guarantees, they're just probabilities. With fat tails. One penalty, one keeper error, one tactical switch. Ian, the blue chip trade gaps against you like a bad earnings miss. Yep, first goal is like breaking above resistance. It flips positioning and forces the other side to take risk. But France is the reminder that one shock catalyst can reverse the whole tape no matter how strong the trend looks. Nothing's really budging. Mexico's still pinned at 69, 0.70 with that huge ask stack, so the favorite can't break out. When price gets stuck like this, the sneaky trade is nibbling draw at 21, because any wobble shifts sentiment fast. Absolutely. One penalty is the market's surprise CPI. Print, it rips up the script and flips momentum in seconds. Finals are thin liquidity emotionally, so a single shot can cascade into panic defending or reckless chasing, just like a fast tape. Yep, one red card is your sudden margin call. The whole structure delivers instantly and the game reprices on the spot. After that, it's forced positioning, everyone drops deeper, time slows, and the underdog suddenly has a bid. Totally, this is low vol chop until the ref decision. Catalyst hits, then you get an instant volatility. Spike and a full repricing. The side with fresher legs and calmer nerves benefits most because after a penalty, the crowd trades pure emotion, not fundamentals. I'd call it a weak tape, not a bargain. No volume, no catalysts, and that's how cheap turns into a value trap. If they don't generate a couple of quick chances, soon the market starts pricing a sell-off and the other side's confidence gets a momentum bid. Exactly. This is a range-bound stock. Plenty of ticks. Zero follow-through, and every little pop gets sold. Until France string together a couple clean possessions, it's just chop and mean reversion, not a trend day. That's the first real higher low, like a stock finally defending support and printing a clean breakout candle. If they follow it with another chance quickly, momentum. Traders pile in. If not, it's just a head fake and we're back to chop. Mexico's priced like the heavy favorite, but the book is lopsided, huge sell walls on Mexico and even on South Africa. So upside looks capped unless a real catalyst hits. Those big bearish Mexico clips at T0. 31 scream hedging or fade the crowd while the 0.90 South Africa shorts are basically buying disaster insurance. Yep, set pieces are like an earnings headline. One clean delivery and the whole price gaps before anyone can react. Even if it doesn't score a dangerous corner. Can flip sentiment and force the other side into panic, defending. Market's basically unchanged. Mexico's still pinned around. 2.69, Goro 7 with a big offer overhead, so it's like a striker getting crowded out in the box. South Africa ticking up a hair to 11% is just a small bid, but that massive zero. 99 ask is pure tail risk insurance pricing. like a thinly traded penny stock. Lots of effort, no follow through, and spreads do the defending.
Messi's on it now. One little shimmy and the whole stadium holds its breath. Even when it looks messy, he's just baiting them, waiting for that split second to slip the killer pass.
Yeah, that's VR like a margin clerk. If the line's breached, the trade gets forcibly unwound no matter how pretty the move looked. Until the check clears, everyone freezes and liquidity vanishes, then you get a sharp repricing either way.
Messi again. He's like a magician in a phone booth, somehow finding space where there isn't any. One more burst and you can feel the defense panicking. Legs turning to jelly. They tried to hit fourth gear and it just fizzled out. Too rushed, too many heavy touches. That's the danger of forcing the tempo. One bad control and the whole move dies on the spot. Messi out on that far touchline, dancing on the paint like it's a tightrope. One drop of the shoulder and he's got the fullback, guessing his own name. This is where danger starts to smell like a goal.
This tape's basically on autopilot. Mexico still glued 2.69 or 70 with that huge R. 70 offer acting like the ceiling. Draw and South Africa are just drifting with thin bids, and that 99 ask is pure hope liquidity, not a real market. Yeah, that's classic risk management. If the asset miss is compromised, you cut exposure fast before a small knock turns into a season-ending drawdown. Keeping him on is chasing with leverage. The crowd loves it until the limp becomes the headline.
Paul's been in the wars out there. Those shin pads are earning their paycheck today. If they keep going down his side, he'll need a toolbox, not a physio, to hold it all together. Oh, that's nasty. Caught just above the knee. And you can see Kingsley Coman trying to run it out, but the body's saying no chance. The crowd holds its breath here. One awkward landing and the whole rhythm changes. Yeah, you can tell it's more than a little knock. He is moving like he's got a weight strapped to that leg. Now let's hope it's just a dead one because the tempo drops the moment he can't explode.
Still a stalemate. Mexico's price won't lift because that center sell wall is barely budging even with solid bid depth underneath. South Africa's odds inch up, but the book screams. No conviction with that comical 0.99 offer sitting miles away.
They're looking to pull him out of the fire here. Smart. Move if he can't open up his stride. One more sprint on a sore knee and you're gambling with the whole tournament, not just the next 5 minutes. Calistep steps in and you can feel the energy shift. Fresh legs, fresh intent. This is the moment to hit the gas because the defenders hate a new runner with nothing to lose.
Yep, that's the classic catalyst trade. Fresh legs are like a surprise earnings beat, and suddenly everyone reprices the next 10 minutes. If he hits one early touch, you'll see momentum change. Aces pile in and the odds gap fast.
Messi on the ball and the stadium just leans forward. Like everyone knows something magical might happen. One little shimmy, one slip of a pass, and suddenly the whole defense is chasing shadows. They're gonna pull him, and honestly, it's the sensible call. No hero points for limping through a World Cup night. But listen to that crowd. They hate it because the game loses a spark the second he walks off. Messi cuts it back. Oh, that's silk on grass. He drags the defender with him like a kite in the wind, and suddenly there's a pocket of space begging for the killer touch.
Mexico's still pinned it. 69 over 70, but that 70 offer stack just got thicker. Someone's leaning on the price like a defender parking the bus. Until that wall gets lifted, upside is capped, and the draw stays quietly bid.
But Callista's having none of it. Steps in like a bee. Ouncer at the door and just shuts the party down. That's a statement tackle, and you can feel the momentum wobble for a second.
Totally. Mexico's still the blue chip, but it's trading heavy with that sell wall overhead, so rallies are getting sold like late game time wasting. South Africa's the beaten down small cap. Any clean break and it rips, but right now liquidity says no believers.
They're pulling him again. Someone's watching the minutes like a hawk, and it's probably the right move. But you can hear the groan. Fans don't pay to see. The star wrapped in cotton wool. Tina's got that strut now, shoulders back, chin up, like she owns the whole touchline. Every step says, give me the ball, and the defenders are backing off because swagger like that usually comes with trouble. You can feel it. Now they're starting to purr, the passes, snapping, the tempo lifting. It's like someone's just turned the volume up in the stadium, and the other side suddenly looks a half step late. Toy's in the thick of it, busy, sharp, and looking like he's got a little mischief in his boots. If he finds that next touch, something's going to crack open here.
Yeah, that's like a single mega cap holding up the whole index. Every touch moves sentiment, and one mistake feels like a flash crash. The pressure can create hero momentum, but it also makes the crowd overreact to every little tick.
No, there's no aura of the outgoing champions here. No swagger, no control, just a team searching for rhythm. The badge might say Kings, but right now, they're playing like they've misplaced the crown.
Not much new. Mexico's bid depth firm to touch, but that 0.70 supply is still a brick wall, so price action stays range-bound. Draw liquidity is steady, which tells you the market is bracing for dominant but wasteful rather than a clean finish.
Argentina are letting it slip through their fingers. A bit here, possession's getting sloppy and the pressure is easing off. That's dangerous because the moment you loosen your grip, the game wriggles free and bites you.
Exactly. When the favorite wobbles, that big price is the spread widening in real time as traders hedge the upset. It's like a top seed conceding territory, value pops on the underdog, but you're buying volatility, not certainty. Yeah, that's basically the discount is huge because the market thinks the leader's coasting on old glory, like last season's champions trading on reputation. And when they start relaxing, the spread tightens fast, and the comeback trade suddenly looks alive. Absolutely, this is the Fed surprise of the match. One whistle and the whole probability curve reprices instantly. The takers under max leverage here convert and you gap up miss, and it's a brutal sentiment dump that lingers. Yep, that's Argentina letting volatility back in, like a market that stops defending a key support level, and suddenly everyone hits the sell button. The penalty is the catalyst candle, one clean strike, and the whole tape flips from safe lead to panic, hedging. This book's basically frozen. Mexico's still pinned. 698.70 with that massive 70 ask, acting like a goal line clearance every time. Buyers push. Draw is unchanged, and South Africa's got that weird 999 offer sitting out there like a moonshot. Sentiment says Mexico or nothing, but upside is capped until that wall cracks. Totally, this is a circuit breaker moment. One kick, and the market reprices like a surprise earnings beat or miss. If it goes in, you get a relief rally, and everyone chases. If not, it's a confidence crash, and the leader suddenly looks fragile. Yep, this is peak volatility. The buyers are the believers, piling into the comeback, and the sellers are the leaders hedging like they just saw a nasty headline. Nerves widen the spread, and one strike decides whether it's a face-ripping rally or a fast flush. Yeah, this is like a blue chip stock right before an earnings call. Everyone knows the numbers coming, but nobody knows the direction. The longer the VAR style pause, the more volatility builds, and when it hits, it's either a clean reaper, icing, or a nasty air pocket. I'm with you. This has flash crash vibes. One bad touch. And liquidity vanishes. Everyone's shouting for the regulator to step in. But if VR calms it down, it's just a wick on the candle. If it stands, that's the real trend break.
Oof, that's the kind of tangle that makes everyone in the stadium inhale at once, legs everywhere, and suddenly it's a lottery. If the ref's got a clear view, this could swing the whole mood in a heartbeat.
Exactly. Those are microstructure moments. One frame of contact and the whole price discovery flips. On a knife edge, traders don't wait for certainty. They front run the call and you get whipsaw until the ref prints the final verdict.
They're trying to pry it open, but that backline's slammed the door and thrown away the key. You can feel the frustration building. One clean pass, and it's daylight, but right now it's all traffic and elbows. He's got that top corner dream in his eyes, hasn't he? One of those pick it out moments. But you miss by an inch, and it's a goal kick and a groan, hit it right, and the net ripples like a flag in a storm.
Mexico's priced like the clear favorite, but the book is top heavy on the ask. There's a big wall, 70, so upside needs real conviction to punch through. South Africa's ladder is weirdly lopsided with that 0.99 ask stack, which screams lottery ticket sellers. More than genuine comeback belief. Yeah, fraud is the kind of word that triggers a knee. Jerk dump, stops get hit, spreads blow out, and everyone assumes the worst for a minute. But if there's no follow through, it's just headline volatility and the price snaps back like nothing happened.
Oh, that's pure thrust. He's driving like a battering ram, forcing defenders to backpedal in panic. One more touch with control and you're talking real danger in the box.
Totally. VIPs in the stands is like the Fed chair walking onto the trading floor. Everyone tightens up and every touch feels heavier. It can boost confidence for the home side, but it also raises the stakes and makes mistakes look twice as loud. Not much has changed. Mexico's still pinned at that 0.70 ceiling with a chunky sell wall, so it's like a team camped outside the box but not getting the final shot off. Draw and South Africa are inching up a hair, but the depth says the crowd still expects Mexico to see it. Out.
That's the kind of moment that lifts a whole country off its seat. Suddenly the air feels lighter and the belief comes roaring back. Martinez just got hit with raw power there, and you can see the ripple of confidence spreading through the team. Oh, almost. Those are the ones that make your heart stutter. A fraction cleaner, and we're celebrating. But that near miss keeps the pressure cooker hissing. And
Yeah, when the crowd writes a side off, even a couple good touches can spark a sharp bounce. Classic short, covering. But a real turnaround needs sustained pressure and chances, otherwise it's just a quick pop before the trend reasserts.
So close again. This is turning into a siege, wave after wave. You can feel the next one coming like thunder, rolling in, and the defenders are hanging on by their fingernails.
Exactly, this is pure price discovery with the clock. As the catalyst, like an opening auction where everyone, as we're pricing in real time, you'll see bids flash, offers pull, and the spread widen as nerves take over, then it settles once a leader emerges. Yep, late game is the closing auction. Liquidity ends, every order hits harder, and one mistake moves the whole tape. The funds team is the smart money leaning on momentum, trying to force a capitulation goal before the final whistle. Order books basically frozen. Mexico still stuck 0. 69.70 with that massive offer stack, so upside's capped unless someone eats the wall. Draw in South Africa drift a touch lower on bids, and which tells you the market's still playing protect. The lead, not miracle comeback. Absolutely, this is the market in the final minutes. As spreads get jumpy, liquidity thins, and everyone is managing risk like a fund protecting year-to-date gains. When the lead narrows, you see profit taking, and hedges hit at once, and volatility spikes. Yeah, this is the closing auction vibe. Everyone crowds, the same exit, and one shove moves the price. A slender lead is like a thin bid stack. It looks solid until a couple market orders hit, and suddenly you're repricing in a hurry. Totally, this is the closing bell with a 1-point lead. You stop swinging for highlight reels and start managing the clock. In market terms, you tighten risk, take some profit. Yeah, and don't let one bad tick turn a winning day into a draw. Exactly, when a safe name starts whipping into the close, you don't chase every tick. You stick to your levels and protect the book. Argentina's in that mode now. Keep shape, kill momentum, and don't give the market a cheap reversal.
Messi's still the heartbeat, isn't he? When the air gets thin, you want your genius on the ball, demanding it like it's his birthright. One touch and the whole stadium holds its breath. Argentina clinging on, but the superstar's trying to slam the door. Oh, that's the moment when the ball drops to him and you're screaming, "Finish it!" And he just can't pull the trigger. Argentina breathe again, but you can feel the nerves rattling like loose change in a pocket. Oh, that connection is pure thunder. He meets it so clean you can hear it before you see it. What a volley, what a time to produce it. A World Cup final moment that punches you right in the chest. It's absolutely box office. This final's got no breaks. Just drama on drama. You can't blink because the next touch might be another piece of history flying off someone's boot. Spot on Amo, it's a football flash crash, one whistle, and the whole stadium reprice reality, and suddenly nobody can find their footing. And that second hit is the stop-loss cascade. Legs go, heads go, and momentum just rips through the game like a market gap.
Mexico's priced like the heavy favorite 8-0. 69.70, but the tape screams overcrowded long with huge ass depth. Any wobble and you'll see a quick air pocket. Draw is the cleaner trade structurally. Tight spread and far less supply overhead, while South Africa, as book is basically a mirage with that absurd 0.99 offer wall.
Absolutely. After a swing like that, it's like the match gets reborn with a brand new heartbeat. Same players, same pitch, but the pressure's doubled. And every touch feels like it's carrying a whole new destiny. That's the French roller coaster style, nerve, and a little chaos all in the same breath. 1 minute you're staring at the abyss, the next you are dancing on the edge like it's a national pastime. Messi on 6, Mbappe on 7, those numbers are screaming. Legacy, aren't they? One's painting masterpieces with a brush, the other is swinging a hammer, and the record books are taking body blows tonight. It's a Golden Boot World Cup, no doubt. Every big moment is turning into a striker's payday. The net's been getting peppered, and the race is so tight, you can feel the studs scraping for every last goal. Ah, that's a tumble with a bit of theater on it. He is gone down like he's been sniped from the cheap seats. Ref's not buying the script, and the crowd's letting him hear it.
Not much change. Mexico still pinned at 0. 69.70 with a massive sell wall, so upside feels like running into a packed defense in stoppage time. The draw stays the twitchy momentum play on a tight spread, while South Africa liquidity looks cosmetic with that 0.99 ceiling hanging over it. This is meme stock chaos wearing a blue chip jersey. Headline risk is driving every tick. When shots start flying, liquidity thins and spreads matter, so the crowd can flip from sure thing to get me out in one play. Totally, this is volatility clustering. One big moment hits, then everyone trades the next headline harder and faster. The golden boot chase is like a hot sector rotation. Players press for upside, but one bad touch and it is a sharp pullback.
7 minutes from extra time, and you can feel the stadium holding its breath. Every touch is a potential headline. Legs are heavy, minds are racing, and one clean strike could turn heroes into heartbreak in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Leo, it feels like a rally on fumes with real momentum pockets. Late surges are genuine, but they are coming off thin liquidity and tired legs. When everyone's hunting the golden boot, you get chase, behavior, and theatrics like a melt-up that can reverse on one whistle.
Fico's got to pull the trigger now. No more hesitation. This is the moment to be brave. One decisive move, one early ball, and suddenly the whole match tilts like a market on breaking news.
Mexico's still stuck at 69.70 and that 10 plus share offer ATL. 70 is basically a brick wall. Great if you're fading. Euphoria rough if you're chasing. South Africa bid depth ticked up a bit, but with that Fluoroid 99 ass tower, it's still a low liquidity lottery ticket. Yeah, this is the last 5 minutes into the closing auction. Everyone's forced to show their hand. If Mexico smells blood, it's risk on, and the draw price gets hit fast, but one sloppy turnover and you'll see a quick flight back to safety.
At Kuya, this is where the nerves live, right on that edge of danger. If they switch off for a second, Kuya will punish them, but if they win this duel, it's a launch pad for one last surge.
Sounds like they're trying to say off mic or off side, basically a messy signal in the noise. In market terms, that's the tape getting choppy. At the buzzer, people think they saw a breakout, but it might get called back.
Romero sniffs it out again, but Camavinga just taps the floor clean. No mess, no mercy. That's a proper momentum killer, and you can feel the crowd groan as the danger evaporates. Mendy's on the chase like a greyhound, closing that space in a heartbeat. One more touch too heavy and he'll nick it, but if the attacker slips past, it's panic stations at the back.
Mexico's bid depth just firmed up over $1 million, but price still can't clear that massive zero. 70 sell wall, classic strong hands capped upside, setup. Draw in South Africa remain thin on bids. So if momentum flips, those markets can gap like a keeper caught off his line. Exactly, Leo. Near misses are like repeated taps on resistance. Each one drains the offers and tightens the coil. But if the next push fails, you get that nasty stop run the other way and the draw suddenly looks like the safe harbor.
Swarmed instantly, no oxygen, no time, just bodies closing in. That's the kind of squeeze that forces a mistake, unless someone pulls a rabbit out of the hat with a cheeky little turn.
Mexico's still pinned out of 70, but notice the ass depth just ballooned. More supply, leaning on that level, so upside needs a real catalyst, not vibes. Meanwhile, the draw is quietly stable at a 20 white 21, like the boring defender who suddenly looks valuable late. Yeah, that's a range-bound tape, buyers and sellers, marking each other man-to-man, so price just churns. In that setup, the first real mistake or set piece is the headline that breaks the range and liquidity vanishes fast. Totally. Argentina's body language is a gap down open, and France are stepping in like bargain hunters sensing forced sellers. If that bid keeps building, you get a classic momentum reversal where late shorts scramble and the move accelerates. Exactly. When that backline loses its support, it's like a chart breaking a key floor. Every clearance turns into a sell order and the pressure compounds. France smell it and keep pressing because once confidence cracks, the next move is usually sharp and ugly.
They've got that spring back in the legs, haven't they? Suddenly the shirts are popping, the runs are sharper, and the belief is roaring again. Momentum's a funny thing in football. One spark and the whole engine starts purring. That's the sweet spot, when the ball feels like it's on a string and the crowd's carrying you like a wave. And you can see it in the swagger. Every touch says, go on then, try and stop me.
Mexico's still stuck at Euro 69.70, but that massive sell wall at Euro 70 is the center back line until it breaks, rallies, get headed away. Draw bids are creeping up in depth, so the nothing happens outcome is quietly gaining believers as the clock ticks.
Exactly. This sport laughs in the face of logic and then scores a screamer just to prove the point. It's chaos with shin pads, and somehow it's the most beautiful kind of madness. Ridiculous in the best way, like the ball's got a sense of humor and the scriptwriter's gone on holiday. 1 minute you're cruising, next minute you're clinging on for dear life, and that's why we can't look away.
Draw bid depth just jumped again while Mexico's book barely budges. Classic favorite fatigue where nobody wants to pay up through that 0.70 wall. If you're hunting momentum, it's quietly shifting towards stalemate pricing, not an upset. Absolutely. Big surnames trade like legacy brands. The story alone tightens the spread and pulls in retail money before the fundamentals show up. But hype is a sugar rush. If the performance doesn't back it, the name premium gets sold hard.
All right, then, if you're talking Thuram, you're talking power and presence. A forward who makes defenders feel like they've missed a step. Give him one sniff and it's panic stations in the back line.
This market's frozen. Mexico can't lift off of 70 because that ask stack is a brick wall and buyers aren't bringing fresh ammo. Meanwhile, the draw book stays stubbornly supported. Feels like a 1-0 favorite that stopped attacking and started protecting.
One day, yeah, and football loves a one-day story. It doesn't it? You keep the faith, because this game turns dreams into headlines in a heartbeat. Away from Akuya then. New ground, new pressure, and suddenly every touch feels louder. That's where you find out who's got ice in the veins and who's just along for the ride. On child, all right, we're switching channels here, and I'm curious what you're seeing. Is this one of those moves where everything looks calm until it absolutely isn't?
I love it. Royal defenders are like blue chip balance. Sheets boring until they suddenly make a mistake. And the whole price gaps. One sloppy touch and the crowd flips from coronation to liquidation in about 10 seconds. Now that's a tell. South Africa bid depth just surged, especially at 0.09, like the underdog fans piling into the away end. Price hasn't moved yet, but that's the kind of liquidity that can make the upset line twitch fast if Mexico looks shaky. Yeah, that's classic weak hands. When traders stop looking for confirmation, they're one bad candle away from bailing. In match terms, it's a team losing belief. The next South Africa push could spark a quick sentiment. Swing! Exactly. Once momentum flips, short scramble to cover, and suddenly every dip gets bought, turning a dead chart into a breakout. It's like a team scoring twice in 5 minutes. The crowd becomes liquidity and the other side starts playing not to lose.
Precious little. Yeah, France were giving you scraps. Just tiny flashes, and you're thinking, is that really all they've got? But that's the danger with them. One spark and the whole stadium catches fire. See?
Yeah, stoppages are like trading halts. Everyone reprays. Ice's risk in real time, and the next restart can gap. Either way. Momentum cools, nerves heat up, and you often see a burst of volatility right after play resumes.
He wriggled out of trouble there, shoulder drop, quick feet, and suddenly he's free. That's the kind of moment that flips a match on its head if the next pass has any bite.
Order books basically unchanged. Mexico still priced like the heavy favorite, but the sell wall up at 70 is massive, so upside is getting capped. Feels like a top-of-the-table side dominating possession. Without the killer finish, any wobble and that draw price can tighten fast. I'm with you, those yellows are the refs tightening cycle, trying to cool the tempo and stop the crowd from front-running chaos. But overdo it and you create a policy mistake. Players trade more cautiously, than one flashpoint triggers an even bigger swing. Still a stalemate in pricing. Mexico pinned at 69.070 with that huge offer stack. So bulls are basically running into a brick wall. If Mexico doesn't score soon, you'll see the draw. Get bid up as traders hedge the dominant but waste full script.
Jerry from HR waving the yellow card like it's a corner. Flag, office right away. That's a crunching tackle. On your dignity, mate. But hey, if every assignment's a disaster, you're at least consistent. That's form. One last chance now. That's stoppage time with the crowd. Holding its breath. Keep your head, pick your pass, and make it count. Because the next touch decides whether you're a hero or heading down the tunnel. Sounds like you're asking if I've lost my stripes, and whether that hat's yours, well, it's getting a bit cat in the hat in here. If it's your lid, claim it fast before it gets booked. It's been confiscated by Jerry from HR.
Nothing's really budging. Mexico's still stuck under that .70 sell wall, which screams favorite, but not a free win. When the book looks this lopsided on the offer side, it only takes one South Africa break to spark a quick de-risking wave.
Ah, the lads are here. Suddenly the room feels like a packed penalty area. Keep it calm, keep it simple, and don't let the noise rush you into a sloppy touch. That's a tough away day feeling, isn't it? New ground. A new chance, and you're wondering if you'll ever belong. But give it time. You don't have to be the star straight away. Just keep showing up, and the shirt starts to feel like yours. Boom, there's the whistle, and you're on the front foot. Now, keep it sharp, one good move at a time, and let's turn this into a proper comeback story. All right, you're the cat, cool, 9 lives and all that. So use them wisely. Just don't go knocking the whole table over like a clumsy winger in a china shop, yeah?
We're seeing tiny bid creep, but the story's the same. Mexico can't lift through 70 because that offer stack is a parked bus. Until that wall gets chewed up, the market's basically saying control the game, but prove it on the scoreboard.
Cotton, wait, got it. We'll hold the run and stay on. Side, take a breath, reset, and when the lane opens, we pounce like a cat on a loose ball. Yeah, you've clocked it. This is me, loud and loving. The chaos. Now keep your head up because once you start believing, it looks all right. That's when the game starts bending your way.
Totally, my move is to frame 2 clean scenarios and 1 key risk, then show where I'd cut or add if the tape confirms it. It's the simple first touch, control, look up, dawn, to try the 40-yard screamer.
Yeah, in a mess like this, you can't just look and hope. Clients want a clean first touch and a clear pass. Tidy the pitch, make 1 sharp point, and suddenly you look like the pro in the storm. If you mean go back and rebuild, absolutely. Sometimes the smartest play is a reset to the keeper and start again. We can make it, but only if the next move is simple and sharp, not another hopeful punt. If it's the mess you actually want, then don't retreat into it. Use it like the press trap and spring out with 1 clean move. Step back just enough to see the lanes, then hit them with clarity and confidence. 1 is perfect. 1 message, 1 promise, 1 next step. Give them a single clean headline and you'll look composed while everyone else is slipping around in the mud. Exactly. Take that little step back before you move. And because charging forward blind is like riding a wild horse into traffic. Reset, get control of the reins, then go. Otherwise, it's danger everywhere. All right, breathe. Before you sprint, we need the go backer, the last safe point you can return to, like a defender recycling possession under pressure. Tell me what this is about. Work email, report code, or a mistake? And what the last okay version was.
Books basically frozen. Mexico still capped AT0. 70 with a mountain of supply, so the market's not paying. Up for possession, it wants a goal. That's when draw money quietly gets braver. Classic 0-0 drift risk while the favorite huffs and puffs.
We're right on the edge of trouble, but we're not over the line yet. This is the moment to reset and find your last safe checkpoint. Tell me, what job task is at risk and what's the last version you know was correct? Whoa, so you're saying this role is built out of my memories like a team sheet written on foggy glass. And now it's slipping away. Tell me what role you mean, work role, online account, or something in your head, and what's making you think you'll get fired. Okay, then we slow it right down. No risky touches. Are you blind right now in the moment or visually impaired generally? And are you somewhere safe physically? If you're in danger or alone, call your local emergency number or ask someone nearby for help immediately. No worries, happens to the best of us like a clearance that flies into Rosie. Just turn it down and take the hat off for a second. Are you okay now, and can you tell me what device you're using? Oh, that's a big switch of play, straight from panic to the cosmos. The universe has still got more dark matter than answers, but then we're all just trying to read the game in the floodlights. Which mystery's got you hooked right now? Black holes, dark energy, or what's inside your own head?
Slight softening under the hood, Mexico bid depth dipped, and South Africa's top bid size got trimmed, but price hasn't moved an inch. That tells you everyone's waiting for a catalyst, like a match stuck in midfield before 1 bad touch changes everything.
That's heavy, like being pinned in your own half with no outlet pass, but you're still looking up for a run. If home feels unreachable right now, are you safe where you are? And do you have someone you can call or text immediately? And tell me what home means to you here. Place, people, or a feeling?
Yeah, that's pure tail risk theater, like saying if you miss 1 penalty, the stadium collapses. Markets don't trade on apocalypse, they trade on probabilities and position sizing. Practical move is define the base case, cap exposure, and set clear triggers so you're not hostage to a headline. Got it. Think of that like a 0 day to 0 crash. Headline, it grabs attention, but you still trade. The tape, not the doomsday script. Keep them anchored on what's real, keep size small. And don't let fear force a bad entry.
It is weird, like the ball's turned into a comet and everyone's still trying to play on. But hey, drama's part of the spectacle. What's the go-backer in your story and who's on the pitch with you right now? Bo, welcome in. Good to have you on the stream, my friend. What's happening on your end tonight? Are we chasing this go-backer like it's stoppage time, or are we keeping it calm and steady? All right, we'll wrap it tight and give you a second. Eyes on you like it's the final minute. Stay with Gar and the boys, keep close, and when you are ready, just tell me what you're seeing and we'll take it from there. Whoa, hold on, Bo. Did you mean you had a baby and you're telling me it's mine? That's a massive moment. Are you safe right now? And is there a doctor or someone you trust with you?
We're seeing a slow leak in liquidity, draw bids, and South Africa bids are thinning, but Mexico still can. To lift off that 70 ceiling. That's a market saying, prove it, and until a catalyst hits, the path of least resistance is chop and frustration, not breakout. Yeah, that sounds like find the whale energy, like hunting for a market maker who can move the line with 1 ticket. In my world, you track flow, who's consistently providing size, where the big resting orders sit, and who benefits when price pins. Mexico's implied edge just ticked down a hair, and you can see why, the 0. 70 ask wall keeps getting reinforced, so buyers are basically running into a parked bus. South Africa's book is still weirdly lopsided with that .99 offer stack. More noise than signal, but it screams someone's anchoring a narrative.
Oh, that's a huge moment. Turan trying to buy it, but the refs having none of it, and the yellow shuts the door with a bang. Mbappe was already sniffing history there, but now the pressure flips straight back onto France to do it the hard way.
Nothing's really budging. Mexico's still pinned D. 69 endures 70 with a massive cell wall, so it's like watching a team dominate possession but never get the shot. Off, draw liquidity is steady, and South Africa remains a thin headline-driven side pocket.
Heads up, because this is where legs get heavy and minds get noisy. One loose touch and it's chaos. You can feel the stadium holding its breath, like the ball's got a magnet for drama right now. Matthew, if you're calling for him, get him involved. Now, because this is the kind of moment where one brave run changes everything. Tell me, is he on the ball or making that dart in behind? And it's got that crackle in the air, like something's about to snap. One more clean pass, one more sharp move, and suddenly the whole game tilts on its axis.
We've got a classic range-bound grind. Mexico's still stuck under that 0. 70 supply and the bid support 8-0. 68 boys, 69 is holding like a backline that won't break. Until that 0. 70 wall gets chewed through, upside is capped, and traders will keep scalping the spread.
Just when you thought it was settling down, bang, it starts bubbling again like a kettle left too long. That's football for you. It waits, then it bites. Quiet all game, and then he pops up with that like a striker waking up at the exact second the alarm goes off. That's the mark of a big player, invisible. For ages, then suddenly the headline writes itself. You've got to love the audacity. He backs himself when everyone else is looking for the safe option. That's pure confidence, and it sends a message to the whole pitch. We're not here to tiptoe, we're here to punch. Space begging for a touch, a little stroll closer to Martinez, but he says, nope, I'll take it now, Joe. That's swagger, that's conviction, and it either looks genius or madness in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Those are the earnings beat in a recession. At moments, everyone's watching, pressure's max, and you still deliver. Markets pay a premium for that clutch consistency because it turns hype into repeatable cash flow. Same with legends and finals. We're still in a stalemate. Mexico's price is glued to 69.70, and that 70 ass stack is the bouncer at the door. The only real change is draw bids thinning a touch. And so the market's leaning, Mexico wins, just not paying up yet.
35 for the country. Those numbers are starting to sound like folklore. And scoring in back-to-back World Cup finals, that's not just form, that's immortality stamped in real time. Birthday on Tuesday, well, he's unwrapping the big present. Early, isn't he? If he keeps playing like this, the candles might need a fire extinguisher because he's absolutely blazing out there. It's got that crackle in the air, hasn't it? Like one spark and the whole place goes up. You can feel both sides loading the slingshot, just waiting for the moment to let it fly. Only 24, that's frightening. He's playing like a seasoned kingpin already. If this is the early chapter, imagine the damage he is going to do when he hits his prime. Oh, that night in Kazan, he was absolutely ruthless, like a striker with a cheat code. 2 goals in a knockout scrap against Argentina, and you could see the confidence just inflate like a sail. In the wind, they will be, and you can sense it. This is the kind of stage where reputations get minted. One big moment, and the whole narrative flips on its head. That's the beauty of it.
Draw probability slipping to 20% is a small but telling. Tilt money shading away from the stalemate. Mexico's still capped by that chunky 70 offer, so it's a slow build-up play, control the game, but the final pass hasn't landed yet. Yeah, that's the market ripping out a premium multiple. Once the talisman's gone, expectations reset fast, and the whole team gets repriced. Volatility favors the opportunists, role players who step up and traders who fade the first emotional overreaction.
I hear you. When you don't see the hit coming, it's twice as nasty, and it can turn a match into chaos in a heartbeat. But I'm not sure I'm catching the collision is communist bit. Did you mean concussion? And are we talking about Bobby Moore? Exactly. If you're braced for it, you can ride the contact and keep your balance like taking a wave head on. But when it's blindside, it's lights out for a second, and the whole rhythm of the game shudders. Re-energize, that's the word, because one crunching challenge or one burst of pace can jolt a whole team back to life like someone's hit the reset button. Suddenly the crowd wakes up, the press goes up, and you can feel momentum changing hands.
Liquidity's thickening on both sides, but the story is unchanged. Mexico's pinned at a 69.70 with a massive sell wall still parked at 0. South Africa's book is all air on the upside, tons of asks, so any upset bid would need a real catalyst, and not vibes.
Oh, you can hear it now. Argentina's fans finding that one roaring chorus like a tidal wave rolling down the stands. When the supporters lock in together, it lifts the shirts on the pitch, and suddenly every tackle feels heavier, every run feels faster. A crunching coming together is that shoulder-to-shoulder, boot-to-boot collision where you hear it before. You even see who's down, proper car crash contact. And that one? That had the kind of thud that makes everyone win. See and check the replay.
Tiny drift. South Africa ticks up to 11% while Mexico stays stuck at 70%, so the underdog's getting a little respect without anyone dumping the favorite. It's like a late counterattack. Crowd leans forward, but the scoreboard odds haven't moved yet.
And by Arbo, he's the one who's left a little signature on that moment, hasn't he? Bang in the middle of the storm. That's the sort of contact that tells the opposition, you're not strolling through here today. Coleman, he's that old school fullback type, isn't he? Brave as they come and never shirking the ugly work. If he's involved in a heavy one, you know it. It's not for show. It's a statement and the rallying cry. Couldn't have scripted it, 8 minutes added on, and that's an eternity when legs are screaming and nerves are jangling. This is where heroes pop up and heartbreak lurks in every loose ball.
Absolutely. This is the closing auction with a surprise. Headline hitting the tape, spreads wide in weak hands. Panic and one big order can move everything. Late pressure is momentum trading at its purest, either a breakout goal or a brutal mean reversion.
Coleman again, he's right in the thick of it, throwing himself at everything like a man with no off switch. You can feel the crowd tighten up every time he goes into a challenge because he's either winning it clean or leaving a dent.
Market's basically frozen. Mexico still glued to that 70 ceiling, draw steady at 21%, and South Africa holding 11% without real follow-through. That's a match where everyone's waiting for one whistle. Worthy moment to force price discovery.
Nice little move there, Alvarez trying to stitch it together, but the flag kills it stone dead offside. And that's a gut punch when you think you've got daylight. You can see the attacker's shoulders drop, but the defenders will take that breather all day. Yeah, you can feel the tide turning. One side just looks sharper, quicker to every second ball, like they've got an extra gear. If this keeps up, the goal's coming. It's not if, it's when. Absolutely, this is the kind of finish that makes your pulse do overtime. Every touch feels like it could decide the whole story. And the tension's so thick you could slice it with a boot stud. Scalotti's on it, calm head, tidy feet, and suddenly the tempo changes like someone's hit fast forward. If he keeps finding those pockets, the back line is going to start panicking and pulling shirts. That's the look, isn't it? Half, did that really just happen? And half, how have we not scored? Football does that to you. 1 second you're laughing, next you're screaming at the sky. Oh, it's on a knife edge, barely anything in it, just inches and instincts. One clean touch, one tiny mistake, and suddenly the whole stadium swings like a pendulum.
Now you're seeing a little air come out of the Mexico. Bid depth down to about 903K without the price button. Ding off no. 69.70, which screams support thinning. If a late shock hits, that's when the favorite can gap lower. Fast, like a tired backline caught on one long ball. Bah!
Fernandez steps in, shoulders square, head up, and you can sense he wants to grab this game by the collar. If he pings one through the lines here, the crowd is going to erupt.
Yep, that's a classic risk on burst. One clean clearance, and suddenly everyone's repricing the next 30 seconds. Momentum like that is a stop run. It forces the hesitant to commit, and the game tilts until someone absorbs the pressure. Totally. When both sides start flying in, that's two algos crossing the spread and volatility spikes instantly. One mistimed tackle is a bad fill that flips sentiment. And suddenly the whole tape starts trending the other way.
Acuna just throws everything at it. Those telescopic legs, somehow getting a toe in where there shouldn't. To be one, that's pure grit, and it keeps the danger alive for another heartbeat.
Mexico's still pinned at 69.70, but the bid depth only half-heartedly rebuilt. This is a favorite trading heavy, not confident. Meanwhile, South Africa's book is all air on the offer side, so if they get one real chance, that 11% can jump fast.
Gentie's got that how is this flipped look because they were purring a minute ago and now it's all nerves and noise. That run just dragged defenders like magnets and suddenly the whole shape looks shaky. Absolutely. Football's a storm, isn't it? One gust and the whole match changes direction. One moment you're in cruise control, next you're gripping the wheel with white knuckles.
That's a momentum market where every dip gets bought and every mistake gets instantly repriced. No mercy, no mean reversion. When conversion's perfect, defenders play scared, like traders widening spreads, and the leader just keeps compounding.
That's it, curtains. Clinical as a surgeon. 2 looks, 2 punches, and the scoreboard tells the whole brutal story. Somewhere a coach is staring into space like his portfolio. Just halved overnight, eh, Imo?
Bit of both. France are pricing perfection, but the other side's risk controls clearly blew up on the first mistake and never reset. Once the stop losses trigger, it's a cascade. Confidence drains, spacing opens, and the tape just trends to the close. Nothing's really budged. Mexico's still stuck at 69.70 with a mountain of offers, so upside feels capped unless fresh buyers show up. The draw is quietly supported at 20.21, and South Africa's price is thin enough that one headline moment could gap it. Absolutely, this is the binary catalyst where liquidity vanishes and everyone stares at the same print. If it hits, you get an instant repricing like a surprise beat. If it misses, it's a relief rally for the defense, and spreads tighten back up. Yeah, that's pure distribution economics. Sports rights are the premium inventory, and everyone's fighting for the living room funnel. It's part subscriber retention, part leverage in the next rights fee negotiation, basically buying mind. Share at the highest attention moment.
I can't do the promo read, mate, but I can tell you this. If you've got a way to watch, you'll want it. Ready when that free kick's looming. This is the kind of moment that flips a match like a sudden market shock.
Market's basically frozen. Mexico still pinned at 69.70 with a huge sell wall, so bulls are winning. On price, but not on momentum. Draw support is steady 8-0. 20.21, and South Africa's book is so lopsided, it is more lottery ticket than trade.
I can't help push the sign up now stuff, but that coding comeback is a last-minute winner VAR check. Complete goal stands. If you show the repo link and the before-after filter snippet, I'll react like it's a free kick top-ins, and we'll get Amo to price the performance gain.
Still a stalemate. Mexico's quote hasn't moved, and that 070 offer stack is like a packed penalty box. Hard to break through without a real catalyst. Draw liquidity is steady, while South Africa remains a thin, headline-driven punt rather than a flowing market. Yep, this is classic CAPEX to OPEX ROI faster load. Times lift conversion and tighter GitHub integration. Cuts dev cycle time, so you ship more with the same headcount. It's like shaving a second off a sprinter. Small change, big scoreboard impact. I see it as momentum with a tight stop. When a player steps higher, it's like a stock clearing resistance and forcing shorts to cover. But if the next touch is sloppy, that's your failed breakout, and the snapback can be brutal. Nothing's blinking. Mexico's still glued to 69.70 with that massive 70 supply acting like a brick wall. Draw is quietly bid but capped, and South Africa's book is all air on the offer side, so any real buying would gap it fast.
Upper Meccano surges forward. Suddenly the back line has got that wobble like a defender on skates. If he keeps driving, someone's got to step out, or it's danger right through the middle. Biombad gets involved, and you can feel the tempo lift. This is where a match starts to tilt. One sharp touch, one quick pass, and the whole shape can crack open in a heartbeat. Lovely turn to pull away. He's wriggled out of trouble, like he's got the ball on a string. Now it's about the next decision. Slip it in early, or keep carrying and force the foul. Sargent looks a bit weary out there, shoulders dropping, legs not quite snapping into the press. That's the danger sign. One half step late and the opponent smells blood immediately. You've got to, make the change, slow it down, or go for the throat? Because right now the game's begging for a decisive moment, and hesitation is the one thing that'll get punished. You've got to reset the head first. One deep breath, eyes up, and win the next simple duel. Forget the last mistake like it never happened, because confidence is a muscle and you rebuild it one clean touch at a time.
We're seeing a tiny fade in draw bid depth, but price hasn't budged, so it's more fatigue than fear. Mexico's still the crowded favorite with that 0.70 wall, and until that clears, upside is like trying to score through 10 men behind the ball.
They look shell-shocked, like the lights are too bright and the pitch is tilting under them. This is where leaders grab collars, slow the heartbeat, and just complete 2 passes, because panic spreads faster than any counterattack. He's trying to pull away again. Little shimmy, quick burst, and suddenly the defender's chasing shadows. If he times that final touch right, it's danger bells. In the box, Kavinger's trying to wriggle free, but it's all a bit scrambled, like the signal's breaking up in the final third. If there's a big hit coming in, you've got to keep it clean, because one reckless moment and the ref is reaching for the pocket. It's popped up and over, one of those awkward looping balls that makes defenders backpedal in pure panic. If someone attacks that second ball, it could turn into chaos in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's a volatility spike. Argentina's looking like a crowded long getting hit with a nasty headline. The overexposed are the late chasers. Smart money trims, hedges, and waits for the next clean touch before reloading. This book's basically frozen. Mexico's still pinned at 0.69 70 with that giant up. 70 offer soaking up every push. Draws steady, South Africa's thin on the inside. So if sentiment flips, it'll move like a counterattack. Fast and ugly.
That one had to test Martinez. When you're in that pocket, you've got to make the keeper work. Argentina will feel the warning siren there because give a shooter that much time and you're playing with fire. Coman steps up. Here we go. He's got that swagger like he's about to light the fuse. One clean strike and Martinez is in for a serious workout. Here it comes. Everyone holds their breath. The box is a pressure cooker. If the delivery's got whip, someone's getting a sniff at glory. Romani gets there, brave as you like, throwing himself into the moment. That's the kind of touch that can flip the whole mood in the stadium in seconds. Hands up everywhere, someone's screaming for a call, and the ref's got a decision to live with. You can feel the temperature rise. This is where games get spicy in a hurry.
Mexico's still stuck under that out. 70 sell wall, but notice ask depth just thickened. More supply leaning on the favorite, not less. That's classic. Everyone wants out at the same price. So any wobble in the match can trigger a quick dip. Say.
Coman slipped and round the back. Danger, danger, that is the blind side. If he cuts it back with pace, defenders are chasing shadows and Martinez is praying for a body in the way. It spun up and ended in a tangle. One of those moments where the ball just refuses to sit still. The crowd's half roaring, half groaning because that was begging for a clean finish. Lovely advantage played, kept the tempo boiling, no whistle to kill the move. Now it's teed up outside the box. This is where someone fancies a thunderbolt and the keeper starts setting his feet. No penalty for me. There's contact, sure, but it's not the kind that screams spot kick in real time. The attacker's looking for it a bit, and the ref's basically saying, play on, lads. Fernandez gets hauled. Now that's the kind of tug that makes everyone throw their arms up. If it's anywhere near the area, you're flirting with chaos, and the ref's got to be brave here.
We've got a slight drift against South Africa, down a tick, and it tells you nobody's paying up for the upset right now. Mexico remains a one-way crowd trade, but with that, Bo 70 lit, it's like endless possession with no shot. On target.
Bessie swinging it in from wide. This is delivery territory. Now, if that hangs up even a second, the center B Axe will attack it like it owes them money. That one's gone right beyond Argentina's reach. Just too much on it and the danger fizzles out. But it's a warning shot. Keep pumping those balls in and something will crack. 4 minutes on the board and it feels like 40 seconds. Every touch is a heartbeat now. One mistake, one bounce, and the whole stadium flips upside down.
Totally. Late game is like the last 5 minutes before. The close, spreads widen, liquidity thins, and the crowd overreacts to every touch. Best play is discipline. Size down, don't chase, and let the next real break of structure decide it.
Oh, he's over at the bench, and you can tell it's not for a friendly chat. Someone's pushing their luck here. This is where tempers boil, and one silly comment can earn a card faster than a bad tackle.
Yep, that's a sentiment shock. One spark, and suddenly, everyone's trading emotion, not information. You'll see knee-jerk repricing, stops getting clipped, and then a snapback once the ref restores liquidity and order.
Oh, he's been caught saying something he really shouldn't. It's lips moving, cameras rolling, and now it's all kicking. Boff, this could turn nasty fast. The ref's got a stamp on it before it spills onto the pitch.
Exactly. Emotion is leverage, and it turns a small shove into a cascade. Momentum flips when the calm money steps back, leaving only hot hands. Then one clean play or whistle brings the market makers back and stabilizes it. That's a self-inflicted penalty, like a fun tripping, a risk limit, and forcing de-risking at the worst price. It hands the opponent a free reset, spikes nerves, and you can feel momentum leak out through discipline. Errors. Absolutely, think of it as a compliance breach that forces everyone to trade smaller and play safer. The caution is the market circuit breaker. It cools the chaos, but it also kills your momentum and hands the other side a clean restart.
Calvinga's turning into a pressure cooker here. Everyone is in everyone's face and the temperature's rising. By the second! If the officials don't get a grip, this match could slip into chaos and nobody wants it decided by a flash. Point. All right, you step away and catch your breath. This one is getting a bit too spicy at ringside. When you're back, tell me if the refs calmed it down or if we're heading for another flare-up.
Mexico's priced like a heavy favorite, but look at that lopsided sell wall. Asks are stacked across the board, so upside is getting capped unless fresh buyers keep pressing. Big Mexico buys ITO. 69.070 say the crowd's leaning one way, but that's exactly when a single swing can trigger a quick air pocket.
Oh, that's a nightmare moment. Tries to dress it up with a bit of flair and ends up tripping over his own feet. The crowd groans, the momentum evaporates, and you can almost hear the bench yelling, keep it simple. Morning to you, though this match is anything but sleepy. Feels like one spark and we're off again, so grab your coffee and keep one eye on that referee's pocket.
Totally, Mexico's the blue chip here, priced like stability. But even blue chips gap down when the tape gets emotional. As South Africa's the meme stock, thin confidence, wild swings, and one headline moment can either moon it or vaporize it fast.
I hear you. When it's chaos like this, you don't play the game, you survive it. One rash touch and it's fireworks, so everyone's got to keep their heads or it'll explode in a heartbeat. He really is. Every time he gets near the ball, it's like someone's thrown a match into dry grass. Defenders backpedal, midfielders panic, and the whole stadium leans forward thinking, what's he about to break now? It's messy, all right, like a pinball machine out there. Ricochets and half clearances everywhere. Nobody's got control, and that's when the game turns dangerous in a flash. I'm taking that as well chaos, and you're not wrong. This one's got that wild, scrappy edge. It's the kind of match where the ball refuses to behave, and the next moment could be pure madness. Taliafico's been all over him like a rash, no space. No time, just constant nuisance. That's the kind of defending that turns a chaos merchant into a frustrated passenger.
This book's screaming favorite but crowded by Mexico. As pinned at T0. 69.70 with a massive ask stack, so it's like trying to score into a packed 6-yard box. Draw liquidity is thin and jumpy, and South Africa, it's basically a lottery ticket with that weird 99 offer sitting miles away.
Thuram's got his hand up, asking the question. He wants it early. He wants it now. You can feel the defenders hesitating for a split second, and that's all a striker needs to pounce. McAllister picks it up, and suddenly there's a bit of silk in the chaos, head up, scanning, teasing the tempo. If he threads one through here, the whole shape collapses like a cheap deck chair. Harvard? If you mean he's gone full professor out, there he's trying to educate everyone with that touch. But this pitch is no lecture hall. One bad pass, and it's detention at the back.
Not much has changed. Mexico's still glued to 0. 69.070 and that giant toe. 70 cell wall is basically a defensive line holding shape. Until that gets chewed through, rallies look like stop-start possession, not a clean breakout.
He's trying to pull it back. Smart idea, but the window is tiny and the defenders are sniffing it out. One clean touch and it's a tap-in, one heavy touch, and it's a counterattack siren. Messy for the defenders, pure poetry for everyone else. Even when it looks scruffy, he's got that magic broom sweeping danger into existence out of nowhere. If you mean, does he see it? Oh, he sees everything. Like he's got a satellite dish on his forehead. The question is, can he slip that pass before the door slams shut?
Exactly, that's the central bank step-in, one big intervention. That stops the panic and resets pricing instantly. But it's not a trend change, it's a bailout candle. If the defense keeps leaking, the next wave tests that level again.
Loris had to stretch every inch there. Doesn't matter. It wasn't postage stamp corner. That hit had venom. You give a keeper that kind of pace and late dip, and suddenly it's survival mode, not saving face. That little midair touch changes everything, takes the clean catch away and turns it into a guessing game. It's like a knuckleball in football boots, and Loris is reacting on instinct, not certainty.
We're still in a stalemate tape. Mexico's fair value. It isn't moving, but the sell side depth is heavy enough to smother any quick pop. That's classic late game favorite pricing. Everyone believes, but nobody wants to pay up.
I'm catching bits of that. Sounds like you're saying Jack got questioned and then someone came on as a sub? Tell me which Jack and which team. Because right, now it's like the crowd noise swallowed half the sentence. You mean that speedy corner whipped in like it's on a zip line? Defenders hate those. One blink and it's chaos. And the near post, bodies flying, and the keeper's stuck, choosing between bravery and disaster.
Yeah, that sounds like chat slang more than an actual name. Probably a mashed up nickname for a quick hit moment, like traders yelling a ticker wrong in the pit. In these feeds, one viral phrase can move sentiment faster than the replay.
I'm struggling to decode that one. Are you talking about a player's name or a team? Give me one clear word like the club or the scorer, and I'll jump right back into the call like it's a counterattack. Yeah, double check it. Sounds like you're trying to find what channel or stream it's on, and that's always a last-minute scramble. If you tell me your country and the match, I'll point you in the right direction faster than a winger on fresh legs.
Mexico's still stuck it. 69 Obroseni and the big 70 offer is basically a brick wall. Buyers are showing up, but they're not winning the header. Draw and South Africa books look lopsided on the ask side, so any surprise goal could gap prices fast. Tiny drift down in Mexico's implied 70 to 69, but price is still pinned at 0. 69 still 0.70, so the market's basically marking time. That 70 supply remains the cap. Until it breaks, it's like a favorite passing sideways around a parked bus.
I can't quite catch those names. Sounds like you're asking what's a red card, though. That's the referee reaching for the ultimate punishment. You're off, team down to 10, and the whole match tilts like a table with one leg missing. Oh, that's a beauty, placed in the corner with real venom, and like a shot that's got a grudge. The keeper's full stretch and still coming up with air, and you can feel the stadium inhale before it explodes. That little midair touch is pure street football. Just enough to wrong foot the defender and keep the move alive. It's the kind of detail that turns a half chance into a heart-and-mouth moment.
Nothing's really budging. Mexico's still glued to 0. 69.70 with that massive O. 70 offer, acting like a defensive line holding shape. Draw liquidity's a touch lighter, so if momentum flips, that's 0. 20 handle can jump quickly.
We're deep into the dying seconds now. Every clearance feels like a lifeline. Every loose ball is a lottery. Ticket, you can see legs heavy, minds racing, and one last twist could still rip the script apart. Second half of that 2022 final, this is where nerves turn into legends and every touch weighs a ton. You can feel the tension crackling like the whole world's holding its breath, waiting for one moment of magic.
Totally. This is stoppage time pricing. Everyone's positioned, but one clean finish and the book gap's like a breakout on earnings. The favorite's been dribbling in place. The first real shot on target is the catalyst candle. Bah! Yep, this is the closing auction vibe. Everyone knows. The prince coming, spreads tighten, and then bang. One execution sets the tape. If it's a winner, Mexico rips through that out. 70 wall like a last-second buzzer beater. Mexico's implied ticks back to 69, but the tape won't move. Still out. Dinao 70 with that 70 offer stack acting like a concrete ceiling. South Africa's ass depth is thinning a bit, so any shock play could turn into a quick air pocket move.
Messi whips it in with that velvet left foot danger written all over it. But Coman's there to snuff it out, and France breathe for a split second before the next wave hits. Yeah, absolutely. Some players would bite your hand off to keep going, even on fumes, because adrenaline is doing the running now. But in moments like this, one extra stride can be the difference between hero and heartbreak. Oh, it was a beauty of an advantage. Ref let it breathe, and the game just flowed like a river downhill. That's the kind of call that keeps the tempo raging and the defenders panicking. Ah, you've been on the wrong end of that one. Feels like daylight robbery when the card comes out for your guy. Sometimes the ref's trying to balance the books, but it just pours petrol on the crowd, doesn't it? We're right on the edge now, seconds from extra time, and every touch feels like it weighs a ton. One last ball into the mixer, and it's either ecstasy or agony, no middle ground.
Mexico's back to 70%, but it's still a stalemate 69.70. Buyers are there, yet that 70 wall is soaking everything like a keeper catching crosses all day. Until that offer stack cracks, upside feels capped. And chop rules.
COVID, yeah, still feels like a weird halftime that lasted 2 years, doesn't it? Even now you can sense how it changed the rhythm of sport and the crowd energy, like someone turned the volume down for a while. Coman over it, this is danger with a capital D. He can whip it like a postcard into a hurricane. One good delivery and it's chaos in the box. Defenders clinging on for dear life. Messi is right. This is pinball football now. Nobody's got clean control and it's all heart and hope. Sometimes the ugliest phases spit out the prettiest winner and you can feel it coming. Alvarez has got space to breathe there. If he turns, that's curtains for someone. You give him a yard and he'll take a mile, and suddenly the back line's sprinting like they've seen a ghost. Hello. Julia Alvarez, now that's a name switch mid-match. I love it. If she's got the composure of a novelist, she'd be writing the ending right now with one cool touch and a killer line.
We're seeing tiny probability wobble, but no real price. Discovery, Mexico's still pinned at 0. 69.70 with that giant O. 70 supply acting like a hard cap. South Africa's book looks like a ghost town on the bid, so any upset headline would be a violent reproach. Icing.
Leonard Messi sounds like a superhero crossover, doesn't it? If he's got even half of Leo's magic, the defenders are about to need a map and a prayer. He hesitates in that pocket, and you can hear the chance groan. Space like that is a gift. You've got to unwrap it fast. One extra beat, and the window slams shut, and now they're scrambling to reset.
Mexico's still stuck 8. 9.70, but notice the ask depth keeps fattening. More sellers lining up at the top like defenders parking. The bus, that's a momentum check. Bulls need a real catalyst to chew through to M plus AT0. 70. That 70 lid is getting heavier. Total Mexico ask depth just ballooned again, so every rally attempt is meeting fresh supply. Feels like a team dominating possession but can't get the shot through traffic. One clean break and it gaps, otherwise it grinds. Mexico's win prob just ticks down a notch to 69%, while the goal point 70 offer wall is still huge. Market's basically saying favorite, but not a free goal. South Africa. As bid is back at 10, yet that top support sitting at 0. 09 tells you the floor is shaky if pressure returns. Mexico bid depth just sagged noticeably while the ask stack barely budged, so the favorite's support is getting a little tired legs under the hood. If that 0.69 bid starts slipping, it's a quick counter attack setup. Suddenly draw and South Africa look a lot more alive. Draw just picked up a bit of muscle on the bid, more size sitting at 19, while Mexico's book is basically frozen under that giant 70 sell wall. That feels like the market hedging the stalemate angle without fully fading the favorite. South Africa's win prob just leaks to 10%. That's the market quietly taking the underdog off the pitch, even though the quote still shows a 10 or at 11. Meanwhile, Mexico's support is thinning at the top bid, and with that 0.70 wall still parked, it's a grinded out game. Script. South Africa just got a little heartbeat back, win prob, back to 11% and bid depth firming with more size camping. 8.09, draw offers also thickened 80. 22, so the market's leaning tight match while Mexico stays pinned under that massive 0.70 supply. Exactly, Leo. Mexico's still top of the table, but the tape says confidence is leaking with that win prob down to 69%. And that fresh 119K bearish South Africa clip at 0.90 is pure crowd psychology, piling into the long shot fade while the favorite looks shaky. Mexico snaps right back to 70%. That wobble got bought quickly, yet price is still glued at 69, 0.70, so nobody's paying up through the ceiling. South Africa's ask depth just eased, but with that goofy 0.99 wall still looming, it's more noise than a real comeback. Not much new. Mexico's still stuck in that 69.70 penalty box with a huge offer stack acting like a parked bus. Draw liquidity is steady, so traders are basically saying favorite but not a blowout. And South Africa remains a cheap flyer only.
What a story that is. He's been in the grind since he was a kid, and now he's walking around with a medal like it's destiny in his pocket. 2 days from 24 and already talking like a veteran. To the lads, football ages you fast, doesn't it?
Mexico ticks back to 69%, tiny drift, but it tells you that 0.70 sell wall is still winning the aerial de L's. Until that offer stack gets chewed through, upside is capped and the draw stays the sneaky hedge the crowd keeps around.
Yeah, they're struggling to get it up the pitch. Every outlet pass is getting swallowed like it's hit a brick wall. The shape's too stretched and the ball's just boomeranging straight back into danger. They're building a fence in front of the ball, just bodies and boots shutting every lane like rush hour traffic. You can see the attackers searching for a gap, but it's all locked doors right now.
Totally. This is a one-goal game on the tape. Mexico is favored but pinned under that woe. Any parked bus of offers. When spreads stay tight and prop drifts, it's nerves. Not dominance. One headline play and you get a quick repricing.
It's chaos out there, tugs, trips, and everyone grabbing for control like it's a loose suitcase on a train. Platform, the ref's got to be watching closely because one more pull and this could explode into a big moment.
We're basically in a holding pattern. Mexico back at 70%, but that 70 ask stack is still a brick wall, so rallies keep getting headed away. Draw depth is inching up, which screams insurance buying while nobody wants to chase. Yeah, that's the flash crash setup, thin conviction. At the top, then one messy touch and everyone hits the same exit at once. With Mexico capped at 70, a scare can gap it down fast before bids reload.
Yeah, they're nowhere near the pace right now. Like, they've turned up to the track in flip-flops. The other side's sharper to every second ball, and unless they wake up fast, this early spell could turn nasty. He's flirting with danger there. Got away with it again. But you can't keep playing with fire in this stadium. One more like that and the whistle, or worse, the net is going to punish them. That's the moment for a bit of magic. Take the risk, but make it clean and decisive. If you're going to try the trick, do it with conviction, because hesitation is where defenders feast. Ah, Kazan, what a night that was. Pure football theater. The kind that leaves your voice hoarse and your heart racing. You can feel the echoes of that rivalry in every tackle here, like the pitch still remembers.
Mexico's ass side just lightened a bit, still heavy, but that 70 wall is losing a few bricks, which is how breakouts start. South Africa bids also softened at the top level, so the underdog still isn't getting real sponsorship from buyers.
Di Maria, oh my word, he painted that goal like an artist. With a left foot, if he's got even a splash of that magic tonight, defenders will be backing off like they've seen a ghost. I remember it like a postcard, one touch to set it, then that sweet curling finish that just kissed the net like it belonged there. That's the kind of goal that makes even the opposition fans nod and sigh. That half volley was pure silk, and you're right, he is sitting there like a luxury weapon waiting to be unsheathed. If France need a spark, one swing of that boot off, the bench can flip the whole market in seconds.
Absolutely. Think of it like a beaten down small cap with a binary catalyst. Quiet volume, then one press, release, and it gaps before anyone can get filled. A fresh sub is that headline risk. Suddenly the whole pricing curve shifts in seconds. Nothing's really budging. Mexico's still glued to that 0.6 and 70 and the up. 70 ass stack is basically a defensive line holding. Firm. Draw stays quietly supported 8-0. 20 or 21, so the market's pricing may be drama, but not yet.
I'm not sure who you mean there. Did you mean Mbappe, Bellingham, or someone else for France? Give me the name again and I'll jump right in. Oh, you can feel it. Something's brewing here. The crowd is holding its breath and France look like they're about to hit the turbo. Tell me what just happened on your screen and I'll call it like we're ringside. Are we talking Dembaba, or is this a nickname for someone on the pitch right now? Give me one more clue, team or position, and I'll pick it up and run with it. Oh, that's lovely. Clean, confident, like he's painting with the ball instead of kicking it. Those are the touches that make defenders backped. Allen fans rise because you just know danger's about to follow. Oh, that little give and go was begging to happen. How do they not pull the trigger there? It's like they've got the keys to the door and still won't turn the lock.
Mexico's still pinned at 69.070, but that 70 cell wall actually got thicker, more like parking the bus than gearing up for a breakout. South Africa's ask depth eased a touch, yet buyers aren't stepping up, so it's stalemate pricing with jumpy downside if momentum flips.
Here comes the cross, whipped in with venom, and suddenly everyone's scrambling like it's a loose stock on earnings day. If someone attacks that front post, we're talking fireworks.
Exactly. He's basically tightened the stop loss before the volatility spike, and the market loves that kind of discipline. One clean block like that keeps spreads from blowing out and forces the other side to rebuild the whole attack.
That's the story with him, isn't it? Electric build, up, then you're flipping a coin at the final touch. He can cook up something gorgeous or overhit it into row Z, and the crowd's living every second of that gamble. Absolutely. When he squares up a fullback, you can feel the stadium lean forward. It's all sharp angles and quick feet like a spark near dry grass, but you just need that final pass or shot to catch fire. Not always, that's the tease. He looks like a storm. Rolling in, then the last touch just slips away. If he nails that final pass, though, it's curtains for the defense. And he's busting a gut to get back. Great recovery run, because that counter was starting to smell dangerous. You love that from a winger. Flair going one way, then pure graft sprinting the other.
We've got a tiny drift toward less draw with that probability ticking down, but price is still stuck. Ajik 20, 0.01. Classic market saying, I hear you, I'm not buying it yet. Mexico remains capped by that, quote 70 supply, so upside needs a real catalyst.
Ooh, he's gone down under pressure right on the edge of the danger zone. France will fancy this one. The defenders are arguing, but the refs having none of it. Set piece territory now, hearts and mouths.
Yeah, that's a tactical stop out. Painful, but it prevents the full-blown counterattack from turning into a goal. The risk is you've basically sold volatility, and now you're exposed to a set-piece headline that can gap the price instantly.
Yeah, it's a subtle tweak, but it matters. Shifting him, right, changes the angles, and suddenly the fullback has got a different problem to solve. If he gets a bit more support on that side, France can really start pinning them back. No, that one was all elbows and boots. More demolition. Then defending. You can feel the temperature rising out there. One more like that, and the referee's reaching for the pocket. Moscow, France at this stage back then had that calm swagger, like they knew the script already. You can sense the echoes of that run in the way they manage these moments now, just waiting to pounce. And what a bizarre twist that was. France in front without even pulling the trigger properly. Manju with the cruelest of touches, and suddenly the whole match tilted like a table with one short leg.
Mexico's bid depth just inched up again, but price won't lift because that 70 ask wall is still a brick stand. Buyers are running into a packed penalty area. Until that supply gets chewed through, it's more grind than breakout. Totally. An own goal lead is like a rumor spike. Price moves fast, but the tape needs follow through or it mean reverts. If France then controls possession and creates chances, that's confirmation. If they sit back, it's a fade setup. Love it. Tohar energy feels like a tight market. Everyone is watching the same screen. Nobody wants to be the first to blink. In spots like that, one big moment hits and the crowd moves together. Pure momentum trade, no hedging.
Here we go. This is the moment they've been waiting for. The doors finally cracked open. One clean touch, one brave run, and the whole stadium holds its breath. Can they make it count? They're loading the box now. Big bodies, big intent. It's like a set-piece storm rolling in. If the delivery's right, this could get nasty in a hurry. Defenders clinging on for dear life. Whipped in with real venom there, just asking for a glancing touch. If anyone attacks that with conviction, it's chaos. In the 6-yard area, and the keeper suddenly got a nightmare on his hands. Giroud launches himself like a battering ram, full throttle. No fear. If he gets even a whisper on that, the net's in trouble. And the defenders are left picking up pieces. Oh, it's sailed over, and you can feel the groan. He thought he had it. That was the chance, the kind you don't get many of. And now they've got to reset the heartbeat.
Draw just ticked up a point, but the price refuses to budge. 0. 28.21 is basically a stalemate at midfield. Mexico still looks like the crowded favorite with that massive 0. 70 sell wall, so any rally needs real urgency, not just nibbling.
He's throwing himself at it, absolutely desperate for that contact. Classic number 9 hunger. But when you're stretching like that, the margin is razor thin, and it's heartbreak if it just won't drop for you. That is exactly the moment, so close you can taste it. The crowd's half up, half stunned, and you can feel the next delivery is going to come with even more bite. That's center forward artistry right there. Timing, bravery, and a neck like a steel spring. Even when it doesn't go in, it leaves a mark on the game, like a signature on the canvas. Aerial strength is pure dominance. He's owning that sky like it's his personal territory. Defenders hate it because one good leap turns a harmless ball into instant panic.
Yeah, that's the kind of whistle that hits like a surprise. Rate hike, instant repricing, and everyone screams. If the contact's clear, it's a fair correction. If it's soft, expect a quick fade once the emotion drains. Not much follow through yet. Mexico still pinned at 0.69 Boseni with that giant offer acting like a defensive line holding shape. South Africa's probability even slips a touch. So the market's basically saying no upset bid, just waiting for a catalyst.
A whole minute and France still hasn't tested the keeper. Unusual, and you can feel the impatience building. They're probing, but right now it's all shadow boxing with no punch landing.
This book's frozen like a 0-0 with both teams scared. To overcommit, Mexico stuck 8-0. 69-70 and the draw glued to 20-21 until that 70 sell wall gets chewed through, upsides capped, and traders just scalp the spread. Absolutely, Leo. Think of it like guidance discipline. It cut the fluff, keep the core, and margins improve. And only pay for what you actually use because nobody wins a season carrying dead weight on the bench.
Absolutely, Amo. Email's like a midfield press. You can't just survive it. You've got to play through it with purpose. Otherwise, you're just clearing your lines all day and never building an attack. That's like having a smart assistant in the dugout, spotting the key moments, calling the tactics, keeping everyone on side. If it really surfaces decisions fast, that's a big tempo boost for any team trying to move quicker.
We're seeing a tiny softening in Mexico's ask depth, but price is still glued to zero. 69.70, classic favorite that can't break the press. Draw in South Africa remain thin on conviction. So it's still a wait for the next big play market.
Exactly. Not just for the highlight reel, it's for the gritty build-up play too. If it can track the small decisions and keep the shape, you're not chasing the game later trying to remember who agreed to what. Fernandez looking messy out there, touch a bit heavy. The pass is not quite finding their man, and it's inviting pressure, but he's the kind of player who can be offy for 89 minutes and still slip one killer ball through. Aina's hugging the touchline outside him, giving that extra outlet, stretching the pitch like an elastic band. If Fernandez can just tidy it up, that overlap could turn into real trouble down that flank.
That 070 sell wall on Mexico just got thicker, more supply leaning on the favorite, so upside's getting boxed in. Meanwhile, South Africa's ask depth is easing a bit, but price won't lift until buyers actually step into the tackle.
You want the report on Fernandez? Right now, it's a bit untidy, like he's playing in boots a size too big, but he's still showing for it. And if he clicks with Aina's width, he can flip the momentum in one move.
Yeah, that reads like a live note. Maria got a touch or slight contact from Alvarez, nothing confirmed. But it's the kind of VAR moment that jolts sentiment. In market terms, one headline like that can flip the draw and underdog bids in seconds.
Di Maria drifting away from the congestion, peeling into that pocket like a pickpocket in a crowd. Smart movement. If Alvarez can keep nudging it into his path, the defense is going to start panicking about who steps out. He's gone to ground. Sometimes it's a slip. Sometimes it's a little creative writing with the contact. Either way, the ref's got a big decision vibe in the air now, and the crowd can smell drama.
Mexico's win prob just nicked down to 69% tiny, but it tells you the crowd's getting a bit less comfortable with that heavy favorite. The 70 offers still a brick wall, so unless buyers show real urgency, this stays a grind like a team. Passing sideways in midfield?
Absolutely, Amo. This is pure market shock. One whistle, and everyone's positions get liquidated. The keeper's the last short seller standing, trying to hold the line, but the taker's got the cleanest entry you'll ever see.
Got it. Argentina's the blue chip in this moment, and a penalty is basically an earnings beat or miss in one kick. If it goes in, you'll see a fast risk-on stampede into the favorite. If it's saved, volatility spikes and the draw and Airdog gets a momentum bid immediately.
Argentina with the first huge chance of the night. This is the kind of moment that flips a match on its head. You can feel the tempo spike, like someone just hit the turbo button and now everybody's legs are suddenly lighter. He's been a live wire, hasn't he? Always on the half, turn, always sniffing danger. That little heel clip is the kind of contact that sells itself in real time, and you can see the defenders instantly go innocent like schoolboys. Yeah, it might be more self-inflicted, one of those where the feet get tangled and gravity does the rest. But in the box, even a whisper of contact becomes a shout, and the crowd's ready to explode either way. Fair enough, if there's no clear clip, you can't be handing out gifts at this level. Sometimes a forward just overcooks the touch and goes down hoping for a bailout, but the referee's got to see something real. If VR's having a proper look, they'll need something concrete to flip it. Clear contact, clear foul, no doubt. Otherwise, it's staying as it is because you can't rewrite a moment like this on a maybe.
Not much follow through here. Mexico's back to 70% and the draw dips, so that penalty panic vibe didn't translate into this book. The story's unchanged. Massive supply parked at the row. 70, and until that wall cracks, Mexico trades like a favorite protecting a one-goal lead. Exactly. This is a volatility vacuum. Spreads look calm, but it's all coiled spring because nobody wants to show their hand pre-decision. Once the call drops, you'll get a one-candle move as stops trigger and the crowd chases like a late counterattack.
Absolutely, Koundé scrambling, but Debelli looked like he'd lost the plot for a second, legs everywhere. And panic in the eyes. That's the kind of moment where one wrong step turns into a penalty shout or a red card nightmare. That's the job description tonight. Shackle the Argentine. Don't let him breathe. But every time you step in, you're dancing on a tight rope. One mistimed lunge and he'll make you pay with interest. If you mean Leo or Messi, well, I'll take both and let the defenders pick their poison. But Messi's the kind of problem you don't solve, you just survive. And even that's not guaranteed. Leo Messi it is. Say it slowly because defenders barely get time to blink. Every touch feels like a fuse being lit and the stadium knows it's one little shimmy away from chaos.
Yeah, that's the playoff stock. Quiet in the regular session, then it gaps up when the lights are brightest. Markets pay a premium for that nerve because it compressed as uncertainty, but it also means any miss gets punished twice as hard.
Messi again, he's turning this tournament into his personal highlight reel. Goal in the last 16, then ice cold from the spot in the quarters and semis. That's pressure, and he's wearing it like a crown.
Totally, Messi here is like a mega cap with the whole index riding on its earnings call. Sentiment flows, everything funnels through one name. Legacy value is real, but the pressure cuts both ways. One slip and the market rewrites the story in a heartbeat. Book's basically frozen, Mexico still pinned. Chango 70 with that giant no. 70 sell wall getting even thicker, so upside's capped. Unless someone comes in with real size. Draws steady at 2021. This is the market saying, favorite but no fireworks.
Take it in, one deep breath, because nights like this don't come around often. The whole world feels like it's holding still for him, and then bang, he makes time look slow.
Absolutely, he's the single name risk. The whole tape is pricing like a Fed chair on mic where every able moves billions. The composure is the low vol premium. When everyone else panics, he trades steady and the crowd follows. Nothing's really budged. Mexico's still glued to zero. 69.70, and that 70 ask wall is basically a parked bus in the box. Until that supply gets lifted, price action stays tight and the draw keeps a stubborn bid.
You're not missing it. You're feeling it. That heartbeat. When the stadium goes silent and the world leans in. Some goals fade, but these moments stick like a song. You can't shake forevermore stamped into football as infinity. It does feel written in the stars, doesn't it? Like the ball's got a compass and it only points to destiny. But that's the magic. He still has to earn it in real time with a whole nation on his shoulders. That's the cruel beauty of football. Nobody deserves it. They have to grab it with both hands. The game doesn't hand out justice. It hands out moments. And you've got to be brave enough to take yours. You saw it clear as day, didn't you? That split second where everything clicks and you just know something special is about to happen. Hold on to that because that's why we watch. That's the story right there. This team's carried it together. Every yard, every tackle, every gasp of air. It's not one hero, it's a whole unit dragging the dream forward inch by inch.
We're seeing a tiny drift toward no upset. South Africa's probability slips to 10% and the draw ask depth just got heavier, so sellers are leaning on any chaos. Mexico bid depth ticked up, but that 70 ceiling still screams grind, not breakout. Yep, that's classic priced in confidence. Mexico at 70% is the crowd already celebrating the goal. When certainty gets crowded, the risk is the air pocket. One counterattack and you get a violent repricing as everyone scrambles for the same exit. Exactly. When everyone's leaning the same way, liquidity is an illusion, like a packed penalty box with no passing lanes. The miss is the catalyst, and suddenly it's stop lost as enforced hedges, panic selling in cleats. That's why the biggest moves come from the most obvious moments. I buy that. This looks like retail noise with big limit. Walls, not institutions swinging size through the spread. The late sub shows up when that's zero. 70 supply gets lifted cleanly. Until then, it's KG low conviction possession. Yeah, it's sideline money right now, lots of depth, but it's passive, like teams feeling each other out in the first 10 minutes. The catalyst is either a clean breakthrough, that Mexico ask wall, or a sudden swing toward draw upset that forces real hedging.
You're absolutely right. Out here, reputations don't buy you a free pass, not for a second. One loose touch, one lazy step, and the crowd smells blood like sharks in a feeding frenzy. I didn't know, and that's the beauty and the cruelty of this game. It writes its own script in real time. One moment you're certain, next moment you're staring at the pitch thinking, how on earth did that happen?
Not much new price discovery. Mexico's still pinned. Born 6'9" with 70 with that massive O. 70 sell wall, so the favorites trading like a team, protecting A1-0 lead. Draw as depth keeps creeping up, which tells you the market's quietly buying insurance against a messy game. South Africa remains thin on bids, so any upset narrative would gap fast.
Yeah, and it can feel like a packed stadium closing. Noise everywhere, but you still feel alone in the middle of it. Take a breath, pick out one friendly face or one clear thought, and let the rest blur into the background. Those you thought you could trust, yeah? That's a nasty tackle on the heart. Sometimes the closest shirts turn out to be the ones pulling you down. Keep your head up and choose your next pass carefully. How's the flow right now? Are you feeling stuck, or is everything coming at you too fast? Either way, slow it down like a midfielder on the ball. One breath, one clear step, and you'll find your rhythm again.
We're still stuck in the same range. Mexico can't get through that 0-70 wall, so it's all possession and no breakthrough. The only tell is South Africa bids firming a bit, while draw depth stays heavy, which screams hedge. First, celebrate later. Yeah, that's a full-on risk-off stampede. One weird headline hits and suddenly everyone's repricing everything at once. The wireless is the liquidity line staying open, but the turtles going down without a touch is pure slippage. You're stopped out before you even see the play.
Absolutely, still plenty of minutes for the script to flip, and you can feel the tension in every touch. Now, one goal can change the whole temperature of this place, and suddenly that long way turns into a sprint.
Exactly. When the tape gets jumpy, you let winners run, but you trim enough to survive the next counterattack. Momentum's great until it isn't, so you keep a hedge, unlike a defender staying home while the fullbacks bomb forward.
He's had his moments, no doubt, little flashes that make a crowd believe, and you can hear it ripple through tens of thousands like a wave. Football's built on those seconds, and sometimes one more is all it takes to turn the whole story. And that's it, full time, the whistle cuts right through, the noise and everything just stops. Whatever you think of it, the drama's done, and now it's handshakes, hard stares, and a whole lot of what if in the air. Buenos Aires will be buzzing, parks, plazas, bars, and cafes, every table turning into a tactics board, and every street corner into a debate show. You can almost hear the chants bouncing off the old buildings like the city itself is singing.
Absolutely. Records like that are an earnings beat for a career. They re-rate the whole story in real time. It doesn't change the player's talent overnight, but it changes the multiple fans and sponsors are willing to pay permanently.
France were chasing shadows from the off, pinned back, second to every ball like they'd turned up a step, slow to a sprint. When you let a team take the wheel that early, you are hanging on for dear life, and it showed.
Market's basically frozen. Mexico still glued to 0. 69-70 with that giant 70 offer acting like a parked bus in front of goal. South Africa ticks up to 11%, but the bid stack is still thin, so any real momentum swing would be a fast gap, not a grind.
That's the shocker. 4 finals, and for the first time, they've had to stare at the scoreboard from behind. You could see the little wobble that, wait, this isn't the script moment, and the pressure just doubled instantly.
Nothing's blinking. Mexico still pinned at it. 69-70 in that 70 supply is a brick wall, so Bulls are paying up, but not getting follow-through. Draw and South Africa are basically unchanged, which tells you the crowd's waiting for a catalyst, not a slow build. Totally, he took the drawdown, shook out the weak hands, and then ripped higher when it mattered, like a stock that flushes on bad guidance and still closes at the highs. That's mental liquidity. You don't freeze, you reload and finish the trade.
Di Maria's running on pure grit, but you can see he has lost that clean touch, like the ball's just a half step ahead of his legs. When a winger's fighting the ball, the whole attack starts to stutter. Maybe just a fraction, one of those tiny shifts that changes everything, like a gust of wind at the worst moment. But at this level, a little is massive, and you can feel the tension spike straight away.
We're seeing a little air come out of the long shot. South Africa bid depth just thinned, so that 11% is more headline than horsepower. Mexico's still capped by that massive 70 cell wall, so it's a stalemate until someone breaks the line.
He's desperate to make his mark. You can see it. Sen atching at the first touch like the ball owes him money. But that anxiety tightens the legs, and suddenly, the simple pass feels like threading a needle in a storm.
Yeah, that's like your mega cap missing on execution. Suddenly the whole index feels wobbly because the leader can't hold the ball. When the midfield loses control, volatility spikes. Fast, and the underdog gets a real bid, not just hope.
That presence is everything. He's not even touching it, and defenders are already backing up, panicking, or checking shoulders. It's like a magnet in the box, and France suddenly looked twice as dangerous just by him standing there.
Still a range-bound tape. Mexico can't clear that 70 offer, so Price is pinned like a team stuck in midfield with no final ball. South Africa's ask depth is swelling again, which screams cheap lottery tickets for sale, not real. Conviction.
Oh, absolutely. One of those players who makes the ball look lighter than air. Give him a yard and he'll paint a pass. Give him a sniff of goal and he'll turn it into a headline. I'm not sure what code you mean. Are you after a promo, verification code, or a tactical code like a set play call? Tell me which one and I'll jump on it. Oh, you can feel it bubbling there. Little shoves, slide, runs, shirts getting tugged just out of the referee sideline. One spark on the edge of the box and it's either a free kick in a delicious spot or chaos breaking loose. He's got it because that's where the sneaky stuff happens. The little nudge that turns into a penalty shout. One lapse of concentration and suddenly everyone is screaming at the ref like it's a stock crash. Hey, Imo? So now it's a chess match with studs, everyone probing, everyone waiting for that one mistake. You can sense the next big moment is loading, like the crowd's holding its breath. Tension's rising, one mistake and it explodes. Eyes peeled because the next touch could decide it. Oh, that was a cheeky little dink, but it came off all wrong, more hope than precision. You can hear the groan in the stands because one cleaner touch and that's real danger.
Not much new. Mexico's still glued to Bill. 69-0-70 with that giant O. 70 offer acting like a parked bus in front of goal. And until that wall gets lifted, the only action is small, money nibbling at the edges.
They've got to catch him now. Close the space. Don't let him turn. 1 second of freedom and he'll punish you. Bang. Kriasman Warshiru tries to thread it, but Romero San ups it out with that no-nonsense clearance. Hernandez is hunting it down like a terrier. This is turning into a proper scrap for territory.
Absolutely, this is your volatility event, like a surprise headline that widens spreads and makes everyone trade emotionally. One card or one sloppy tackle and the whole pricing. Regime shifts because risk suddenly matters more than talent. Yeah, that's your key holding limping. Everyone instantly de-risks and shifts to capital preservation. Coaches hedge by tightening shape, slowing tempo, and leaning on set pieces, basically moving from growth to value until they know the damage. Market's basically frozen. Mexico still capped at 70 with a massive sell wall, so the favorite can't extend the lead on the scoreboard. Draw in South Africa barely budge, which tells you traders are waiting for the next on-field catalyst before repricing.
Oof, that's nasty. Caught in the midriff and then ricochet off the head. You can see why the medics were waved on. The tempo just drops for a heartbeat here, everyone. Suddenly a bit more careful with those 50-50s. Exactly, ref didn't hesitate because that impact looked ugly in real time. When you see players instantly appealing like that, you know it's not theatrics, it's genuine concern. Good news, he's up and looks all right, and you can feel the whole stadium exhale. Now watch the next challenge. Nobody wants to be the villain after a scare like that.
Mexico's ask depth just eased a bit, but that 70 wall is still enormous, so the favorites stuck passing sideways in the final third. Until that supply gets chewed through, upside is capped, and any bad break could spark a quick pullback.
That's the weight of history right there. 2 finals, no goals, and those scars don't just vanish when the whistle blows. But pressure can either freeze you or light a fire. Ian, you can sense they're desperate to change the story tonight.
Oh yeah, this is the last-minute VAR candle. Either a straight rip higher or a nasty air pocket. With Mexico pinned under that 70 sell wall, a penalty call is the one thing that can blow through liquidity and force a scramble. Order book still braced for impact. Mexico locked. Is 69-70 with that giant O. 70 offer acting like a goal line clearance. Draw liquidity is thin on the bid, so if the penalty gets waved off, you'll see a quick snap toward draw without much cushion. Absolutely, this is a 40-year resistance line, and the longer it holds, the more violent the breakout when it finally snaps. If that penalty gets given and converted, you'll see pure FOMO chasing like a late winner, and anyone short gets forced to cover fast. Yeah, Leo, this is like a stock that's been dead money. For decades, suddenly printing a new high, volatility explodes and everyone re-rates it in seconds. The risk is you buy the headline and get a reversal. But the payoff is a clean breakout that changes the whole narrative.
Blesh is peeled out to the flank, trying to stretch the back line like a rubber band. If they don't track him, that's the kind of movement that opens a lane for a killer cutback. He's squaring up to take on that defender. This is the moment where a little shimmy can buy a lifetime of space. You can feel the crowd holding its breath. Does he go outside or chop back inside and pull the trigger?
Nothing's blinking yet. Mexico still glued 2-0. 69-0-70 and that 0. 70 offer is basically a packed penalty box. If the crowd gets a no call, the draw can gap up. Fast because bids are shallow and everyone rushes. The same exit. Mexico bid depth just ticked up, but price still can declare that 70 brick wall, so it's strength without follow-through. That's classic late-game possession with no shot. On target, one whistle either way, and the book will reprice in a heartbeat. Mexico improv slipping a hair to 69% even as bid depth grows. That's the market saying nice support, but we're not paying up with that heavy 70 supply still sitting there. It feels like stop. Age time nerves, one bad bounce and draw money wakes. Up fast.
Messi swings it and whipped with that wicked curl, begging for a touch. The defenders are backpedaling like they've seen a ghost. Someone in stripes has to attack it now. Giroud throws himself at it at the near stick. Classic target man instinct. But it looks like it's flashed just the wrong side, and you can hear the groan ripple around the ground. The flag's up, timing just a fraction too eager. And that kills the buzz instantly. It's the cruelest whistle in football. You do everything, right? And one step ruins the party. Right, you mean that earlier delivery? Yeah, that one. Looked like it might have taken a nick on the way through. Didn't it? If VAR's got a clean angle, we'll know whether it was a corner shout or just air and heartbreak.
Totally, VAR is the market's surprise earnings revision. One frame later and the whole rally gets repriced. Momentum traders hate it because it turns a clean breakout into a false start and suddenly everyone is scrambling to hedge. We're still stuck in that same range, Mexico. 69.070 with a monster sell wall at 70, so upside is capped unless someone takes a big bite. Meanwhile, draw liquidity is thin on the bid, so any wobble in confidence can spike it like a quick counterattack.
Yeah, fair. No one's doing the dirty work in the box. They're just watching it fly past like it's someone else's problem. You need a proper nuisance in there, elbows tucked, eyes wide, living on the goalkeeper's toes. McAllister wriggles through traffic and suddenly Di Maria's got it. This is where the stadium holds its breath. One shimmy, one left-footed whisper, and it could be curtains for the back line. He picks his way through the middle, and it's slick as a street magician in a crowd. McAllister feeds Di Maria, and you can feel the danger. Rising one touch, and it's chaos in the box. Argentina have got a proper firm hand on the steering wheel right now, slowing it down, squeezing the space, but making it their tempo. You can see the opponents chasing shadows. One mistake, and Argentina will pounce like it's lunchtime.
Mexico still pinned 8-0. 69.70, and that 70 offer actually thickened again. More defenders dropping. Back, not less. Until that wall gets lifted, the cleaner trade is watching for a sudden draw pop on any momentum shift. Nailed it. Team selection is like rotating into a high beta name. If the catalyst hits, you look like a genius. And if not, you're the guy who bought the top. The real edge is sizing and timing, because hindsight always keeps perfect score. Exactly. After the rally, everyone claims they saw it coming, like they had the playbook all along. But the second it turns choppy, sentiment flips from genius to fraud faster than a crowd after a missed penalty. Yeah, that's a risk on tape. Buyers stepping up every dip and the tempo keeps grinding higher. When a team pins you in like this, it's like a stock coiling under resistance. Pressure builds until the breakout or a nasty reversal. See? Totally, this is like a stock in a strong uptrend where every dip gets bought and sellers can't get traction. The longer they control territory, the more it feels like a squeeze setup until one sloppy turnover triggers a sharp pullback. Not much changed. Mexico's still stuck under that chunky 0.70 offer, and the ask depth is basically a park bus. That tells you sentiment is confident but crowded. So upside needs a real catalyst. Otherwise, the sneaky move is a quick draw bid if the game stays cagey. Yep, this is a sleepy tape where the leader's drifting, but one Argentina overcommit is like a surprise headline. Momentum snaps back instantly. When you press too high, you're basically trading on margin, one counter, and you're forced to unwind fast. Absolutely, this is classic momentum trade. Argentina as in control, so everyone piles into the same side, and volatility feels gone. But one clean France, break is a rug pull candle, sentiment flips in seconds. Like a late equalizer changing the whole price action. Nailed it. This is a low volume grind where the dominant side keeps marking up the price and everyone gets complacent. Then one messy turnover is your volatility spike. Stops get hit, positions flip, and the whole narrative rewrites in a heartbeat. Exactly. France are trading risk off, sitting back and protecting capital, while Argentina are in full risk, on mode, pressing for a breakout. When one side smells fear, it's like shorts getting leaned on. Pressure compounds until you either crack or catch them on a shop counter. I'm leaning wobble before the bounce unless France keep losing second balls, then it turns from dip buying to a real trend break. Argentina's pressure is like a heavy offer sitting on the tape. One clean French counter and you get that snapback. Rally. Mexico's priced like the clear favorite, but that 70 ask is a brick wall. Tons of supply sitting there. So upside's capped unless a catalyst hits. Draw is thin on bids and heavy on asks. Classic nobody wants it vibe. South Africa's book is weirdly lopsided with that. 0.99 offer feels like a lottery ticket market, not real conviction.
It's scrappy out there, isn't it? One of those phases where the ball's got a mind of its own and nobody is quite in rhythm. But you can feel it brewing. One clean touch and suddenly it's chaos in the box. Here it comes again, like a boomerang you can't duck. And the pressure's building, the defenders are backpedaled, alling, and you just sense one mistake could light the fuse. They've got France exactly where they want them, like a trap closing inch by inch. France are being forced into the uncomfortable passes, and the crowd can smell a turnover coming any second. Now, Argentina have been electric for this first half hour. Sharp, brave, and snapping into every duel like they own the pitch. If they keep this tempo, France won't get a second to breathe, let alone build anything. A good tackle is clean, timed to perfection, wins the ball first, leaves the opponent with nothing but frustration. It's that snap of the boot, the body in the right place, and suddenly the whole stadium roars like we scored. McConaughey had to be there, no choice. That's the kind of moment where you either commit or you're chasing. Shadows, he's thrown himself into it, and you can feel the tempo spike straight away.
Not much has changed. Mexico's still pinned at 0. 69.70 with that massive whirl. 70 supply acting like a defensive line holding firm. Until that wall gets lifted, it's more chop than breakout, and the draw remains a no-one's home trade, with Asks dominating. Absolutely. An early goal can inflate a team's we've got this bubble, and that's when sloppy risk management creeps in. The smart sides keep pressing like they're down 1, because the moment you sit back, you invite the match to reprice fast. This book's basically frozen. Mexico can't clear that. Huge 0.70 sell wall, so the favorite's price is stuck, like a striker marked out of the game. Until that liquidity gets eaten, expect sideways grind. Not fireworks. South Africa remains pure long shot pricing with almost no real two-way action. I buy it as sentiment more than superstition. First, goal shifts risk appetite, the trailing side over extends, and the leading side gets to play the high percentage game. It's like breaking a trend line. Once it snaps, everyone repositions at once and the move feeds itself. That's your classic anomaly trade. The score first equals when trend works until a heavyweight like France shows up and mean reverts the whole narrative. In markets and finals, the outlier is what keeps everyone honest.
One up thanks to that finish. Suddenly the whole place feels like it's tilting your way. But we've seen this movie before. Score first, then you've got to manage the chaos that comes roaring back.
Totally. One penalty is a headline candle that gaps the whole game, and suddenly everyone's chasing price instead of playing structure. The best teams stabilize by slowing tempo, keeping possession, and not turning into panic sellers the moment they're up.
Berlin 2006 penalty drama, and then the night turns sour when Zidane doesn't even make it to the final. Whistle! That's the warning label right there. A lead means nothing if the temperature boils over.
Nothing's really changed. Mexico's still pinned its 69.70 with that massive up. 70 offer acting like a parked bus in front of goal. Until buyers chew through it, upside is capped, and the draw stays quietly supported around out. 20 or 21, South Africa's book is still mostly air, so any real bid would move it fast.
France haven't really had their moment yet, have they? No real foothold, no rhythm, just chasing shadows. But you know how these sides are. One spark, one set piece, and suddenly the whole script flips in. A heartbeat. Yeah, they're huffing and puffing, but there's no bite. Shots are missing, moves are stalling. It's like the engine won't turn over. France looks stuck in second gear, and the longer it stays like this, the more the pressure starts to squeeze. Exactly. Right now, they need a spell of possession just to breathe, just to feel the ball and calm the storm. One tidy little passing sequence could be the key that unlocks their whole night. Here we go then. This is the moment where you either grab the game by the collar or it slips away quietly. France need one clean touch, one brave pass, and suddenly the crowd noise changes pitch.
We're seeing a tiny bleed in depth, but the story's unchanged. Mexico's still trapped under that 0.70 supply wall, so Bulls are basically running into a 5-man backline. Draw liquidity is thinning a touch, which can mean a sharper move if any real catalyst hits. Yep, this is the picks and shovels trade. Whoever owns the runtime, orchestration, and billing layer wins as agents graduate from garage tinkering to stadium scale workloads. The risk is lock and backlash, but the margin is in managed inference, observability, and security. Mexico's still stuck in A0. 69.70 stalemate, and that 70 ask is the defensive line, too. 7 million shares saying not today. Until that wall gets lifted, the draw stays bid, and any move is more likely a sudden break than a slow grind.
Tim, Maria, Bessie, sounds like a midfield trio you trust in a storm. If you're naming agents, I love it. Keep them all in one squad list so you can sub them in locally. Then send them up to the cloud when it's time to play the big match.
Absolutely. Pushing agents to cloud is like moving from scrimmage to match day. You need tighter controls, real-time telemetry, and a coach's whistle on spend. The winners are the platforms that turn chaos into repeatable ops without blowing the wage bill. Yeah, it's like rebalancing after a friendly. You test lineups locally, then only promote the proven starters to the big stadium under stricter rules. Versioning is your playbook, CI tests are fitness, checks and deployment is the whistle, no improvise. Once the match starts, That's classic quality factor finally catching a bid. Steady fundamentals, low hype, then one big moment, and the market reprices fast. He's not fully priced in yet, though. The crowd still chases the headline scorers while he compounds quietly.
Young and fearless, those are the ones who light up. A tournament when nobody's looking. You can see it in the tempo. Every touch is a little statement like I belong on this stage, and the crowd starts believing with them. Absolutely. Give me a youngster who wants the ball when it's burning hot. That's leadership without the armband, and it lifts everyone around them. You can feel the team's spine stiffen when they demand it.
This book's basically unchanged. Mexico pinned at arrow. 69.070 with that massive O. 70 sell wall still acting like a parked bus. Draw liquidity is thin by comparison, so if Mexico can't break through, you'll see frustrated money rotate into the draw fast.
Fernandez sniffing out danger like a bloodhound there. Tidies up the mess before it turns into a fire. That's the dirty work that wins tournaments. IMO. Style, low glamour, high value, and suddenly the whole team can breathe again.
Now we've got real support stepping up. Mexico bid depth jumps, and the top bid is sitting right 8-0. 69 with over 1 million shares. That's buyers planting a flag. But the 70 offer is still a brick wall, so it's a tug of war until someone blinks. Exactly. He's the portfolio hedge you don't notice until volatility spikes, quietly cutting drawdown play after play. Over 90 minutes, that's compounding. Fewer bad turnovers, more controlled possessions, and suddenly the whole asset looks less risky and more valuable. Totally. He's the low-cost hedge that keeps the whole book from blowing up when the counterattack spikes. In market terms, it's the defensive mid doing unsexy volatility control, letting the growth names upfront take risk without wrecking the portfolio. Set. Absolutely. He's the stop loss that triggers early, taking a small hit in effort so you don't eat a catastrophic goal later. It's like owning downside protection, boring premium every minute, then priceless the one time the market gaps against you. Mexico's still stuck in that $69.70 choke point, but the bid stack 8-0. 69 keeps thickening. Buyers are defending it like a 1-goal lead late. Until that's so. 70 wall gets lifted, upside is capped, and the draw stays the sneaky momentum trade.
Oh, that's champagne football. Everyone touching it, everyone believing, and the finish is just the ribbon on the gift. You can't coach that rhythm in the moment. That's a team playing like they share one heartbeat.
I'm with you. Linal's trading like a mega cap leader. Not the flashiest candle, but he sets the tape and everyone else follows. More safe haven than Rocket today, steady touches, low mistakes, and the rally builds around him.
That's the kind of silky little touch that turns defenders into spectators. Blink and the angle's gone. It's not just skill, it's timing and nerve, like picking a lock in a hurricane.
Mexico's bid depth just crept higher, so the market is still leaning favorite and defending that 0. 69 line like a back four protecting a lead. But that 0. 70 ask wall is massive. Until it cracks, you're basically range trading, and the draw stays the cheap insurance.
You could see it in McAllister's eyes. He'd clocked the run early, and once that pass was on, it felt like destiny rolling downhill. Di Marie just had to keep his head, and bang, it's ruthless, it's beautiful, it's overwhelming. The crowd's loving it. The defenders are drowning. They're hanging on by their fingernails out there. Every wave of pressure is another crack in the wall. When a team gets into that flow, it's like trying to stop a train with a traffic cone. It's pure class, isn't it? Football with a grin on its face and a knife between its teeth. You can feel the confidence surging. Every touch is saying, you can't live with us today.
Absolutely, this is blue chip behavior. When the stadium turns into a pressure cooker, the Stars' cash flows show up right on time. Clutch moments compound like dividends. One big play boosts belief, tightens execution, and suddenly the whole team trades at a higher multiple.
It is another one for the scrapbook, stamped with that Argentine flair and cold-blooded finish. When a player lives for these moments, the whole stadium feels it in their bones.
South Africa's bid just thickened 8-0. 10, but the real tell is that absurd. 99 offer stack. Someone's parking a bus and daring a miracle. Mexico's still pinned 80. 69.70, so sentiment steady, not euphoric.
You can see him trying to hold it together, eyes glass, eye breathing heavy like he's fighting the wave that has just hit him. That's the weight of a nation in one blink, and he is wearing it like a crown. France are shadow boxing right now, plenty of movement. No damage, no real sting. Argentina are reading every feint like tomorrow's headlines, and the clock is starting to feel like an extra defender. France look rocked, legs wobbly, heads spinning, and Argentina are smelling blood like sharks in a feeding frenzy. If they don't steady themselves fast, this could turn from a fight into a full-on rout. That's the question. Have France got that champion's heartbeat when the lights are hottest? One spark, one tackle, one pass that finally bites. And suddenly the ropes become a launch pad instead of a trap.
Yeah, that's a beaten down stock in the last quarter. Everyone's de-risked, then one headline turns the whole tape. The catalyst is a single clean chance or tactical sub that creates momentum. Once the first goal hits, short scramble and price gaps. This book's basically frozen. Mexico's still stuck at that 0.70 supply ceiling, so buyers are confident but not willing to pay up, with the draw holding O. When 0.21, the market's pricing Mexico control, but don't get sloppy, more than any real upset risk.
Absolutely, there's still plenty of runway left, and finals can flip in a heartbeat. France just need one clean sequence, one moment of belief, and suddenly the whole stadium changes temperature. They've got to crank it up right now, press harder, run sharper, and stop waiting for permission to play. And because if you give Argentina an inch in a final, they'll turn it into a mile and charge you rent. Exactly, no passengers, no soft touches, everything. With purpose and bite, win your duels, play forward, and make Argentina defend. Facing their own goal, that's when the panic starts creeping in.
Totally. When one side's that superior, momentum becomes self-fulfilling. The leader plays freer. The underdog starts forcing passes like a trader chasing losses. And the swing usually comes from one turnover or set piece, one ugly bounce, and the whole sure thing replay. Ice is fast. I'm with you. This looks like a strong trend, not a meme bubble, because the fundamentals are there. Territory, chances, control. But even the best tape can air pocket on one counter or a soft foul, one headline, and that premium deflates fast. Mexico's still the heavyweight, but that bid depth just softened a touch while the 0.70 wall keeps getting fed. Classic buyers there, but nobody wants to chase until that offer stack clears. This stays a grind, not a breakout. Yep, it's like a mega cap catching a fresh upgrade. Once the first few trades go their way, everyone piles in and the spread tightens around the favorite. France need a correction trigger, one high press turnover, or set piece goal to break the trend and force a repri icing.
I think you mean step down by coordinate and right. Now it's simple. Argentina are winning every little zone, midfield first, then the half spaces, then the box. When one team owns the coordinates, the other looks lost on the map.
Now you're seeing a little risk-off creep. Mexico bid. Depth is thinning while the sell side AT070 just got heavier, so the favorite's price is supported, but capped. That's like a team parking the bus with a lead. Hard to score another unless a catalyst hits. Absolutely, this is like a market with relentless buy. Programs, every dip gets absorbed, volatility, collapse, and the other side can't get a clean print. When you control tempo like that, you're basically setting the price of the game.
Pat, I'm with you. Whatever you're trying to say, it feels like you're seeing the same thing we are. Argentina have turned this into their playground. Get your thought out, mate. Who's caught your eye? And where's the fight back coming from? Yeah, that's it. Good and firm, like they've put a stamp on the match. Every challenge is crisp. Every pass has purpose, and the other side are bouncing off them like a bad trade in a falling market. Absolutely, IMO down 2 is a brutal drawdown, and you can feel the market nerves in the stadium. One goal, and suddenly the whole price action changes. Tackles get frantic, passes get rushed, and Argentina's composure gets stress tested in real time. Spot on. Everyone's short hope until that one moment. Rips through the tape. A single strike and the whole final turns into a squeeze. Legs tighten, clearances get panicky, and belief floods back like a late surge in volume. That's it. Everything on the line now. No hiding places. Every touch feels like a headline. Every clearance like a lifeline. And the next big moment could flip this whole story in a heartbeat. They could pull a Germany, sure. If they land one, punch fast. The whole place starts believing and the other side suddenly feels the weight. But it's a final. You chase too hard, you leave the back door wide open. Exactly. If they can't turn this around, there's no next round, no safety net, just the long walk and the what-ifs. That's why the urgency is electric. Every second without a breakthrough feels like the clock's tightening its grip. Argentina can look like they're toying with France when they keep the ball on a string, little triangles, just slowing the pulse of the game. But that's dangerous arrogance. One French burst and suddenly the toy bites back. Yeah, it's that teasing rhythm. Hold it, lure them in, then snap the pass through like a trapdoor. But you tease too long in a final and the crowd turns, the nerves creep in, and the next tackle comes in, like a tax bill. I hear you. When you're hoping, you're living every bounce like it's personal. Just keep that belief burning because one moment of magic can flip the script and turn all that tension into pure release. Wherever you are in the world, you're feeling it. This is the kind of match that grabs you by the collar and won't let go. You don't need a ticket. You just need a heartbeat and a bit of hope. I get you. The mood's got a real taste to it, like the air's thick with nerves and fireworks waiting to go off. The colors feel louder, the noise feels sharper. And every touch of the ball has a little sting on it.